And boom, we're live.
What is up?
Fixed it.
Hi.
There we go. Sorry, guys. We were having a little tiny bit of technical issues, but we fixed it. No ad reads tonight. Congrats.
None.
Bonus episode. Technically, yesterday was the bonus episode, but...
What's this one, the boner episode?
This technically would be the normal episode because we usually do Tuesdays and Thursday nights. And then Ian came into town, and just because of everything he's doing, we decided to do a Monday afternoon one.
Yeah.
Fucking man, that was a blast. When's the last time you seen Ian Steverson?
Honestly, I don't know.
Fucking...
I have no idea who he is. He's got pretty hair. He's a ginger.
You remember him. He was in Ginger Jake. He was... Oh, yeah, dude.
When I don't know anybody in Ginger Jake.
You never seen them or met them? No one.
I want to say, no, Four Blood did actually play with Ginger Jake at the Rock long.
Then maybe it was after he left, because there was a period where Ginger Jake was still going and he wasn't in it. So maybe that's when you played with him then. That surprises me, though, because you've been in the scene almost probably longer than me.
It's, that's the thing, though, is like, I think probably like the bands that I was friends with. I mean, like,
pull that a little closer to you, bud.
Relevant. Hey, bud. Hey, purely Canadian.
Get that a little closer to you, bud.
Hey, bud. Go ahead and talk into the mic a little louder.
Yeah, there you go. Make sure your whiskeys are touching it.
Oh, don't want the old
Make
whiskeys
sure
on
your
there.
whiskeys tickle, bud.
We got a catfish going on here. Wrangle you in.
So but what were you saying about the Relevant Days?
This is so stupid. Anyway, no, like I would say probably the most, and I don't even want to call them mainstream because they weren't, like Banehinge was probably the most or the closest to that, I would say, genre of bands. Like I just didn't listen to all that or really go to any of the shows. Like I went to a lot of the what the hell are they called? Quest for Mayhems.
Sure.
So like Devil Inside, saw those guys, huge fans of them, and, getting into like Sub-Level. And I think those guys opened up for Amen at the Quest upstairs in the Ascot room. It was awesome. There was like 30 people there. Casey Chaos runs up and grabs onto the chandelier and fucking wipes out and takes out the drum kit and punk rock. It was awesome.
So how's the channel going, dude?
The channel is slowly growing. It's getting to the point now. I had 905 subscribers, but today I have 904. So one of my Indonesian subscribers have decided to jump ship.
Not doing enough review videos.
No, apparently
reaction videos.
Yeah, I slutted myself out there for a little bit, and I ended up gaining a lot of subscribers out of it. But it's not, to me, it's not a genuine subscriber. It's not somebody that finds the channel and looks at the information and goes, wow, I really like what this guy's got to say. No, these people, they're all like, we're going to support you because you support this guitar player that plays phenomenal flamenco style, just crazy, very talented guitar player.
Right.
But, so, yeah, that was cool.
Well, I think it's interesting, and I wanted to start talking about this, or at least start our conversation, because the last time you were on here, for the listeners and for the viewers who are new, we're not going to get into Andrew's backstory and life story because he's already been on. I'm not going to make every guest do that every time. I understand that a lot of people haven't watched that podcast yet, but if they do want to get that detailed backstory, go watch that episode. This one is more just a normal hang, but I did want to talk to you about that because when you first came on, you had like 60 subs. You had less than me.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, in like 90 days, you skyrocketed to like 600. And then I talked to you and you said, well, yeah, dude, but that's because I did one reaction video. And I think Greg has talked to you about it now, and maybe one or two other people. But basically is what you're kind of talking about is like, you've been cautioning against us doing shit like that. Because you're like, dude, I'm not getting the watch time. I'm not getting the views. Like, it's not actually good for my channel is kind of what you were describing to me.
Yeah.
So I think that's super interesting though, because you one of the most important metrics is 1,000 subs before you can monetize. But then you also have to get 4,000 watch hours in a rolling continuous 12-month period. So I don't think everybody understands what you mean by that. It clicked for me right away because you'll hit 1,000 subs next month, but you're not going to be able to monetize until you get 4,000 watch hours.
Yeah.
And hold it.
Yeah,
you can fall out of monetization if you lose 4,000 watch hours.
That's absolutely it. See, it's, you can go out and you can get your bang for your buck by, Yeah, we're gonna rock this out. Yeah, oh yeah. What the hell just happened?
Whoops.
Fat fingered that one.
I don't know why it does that sometimes. It's
This
so
next
weird.
music clip brought to you by our sponsors.
It's so weird. Like, it's supposed to switch between our cams right now. Like, and I'm wondering if I do this again, if I go to engage it, is it gonna fucking play the intro again?
Roll it.
Nope.
Nope.
It didn't. Now it's working.
There we go.
So weird.
Oh, here I am.
I'm sorry, guys. I do not understand.
Whoever's watching right now just had their eardrums blown out.
No, it's not that loud for them.
Well, I hope not. Well, oh, I see Jeremy's on there. But no, the whole point of it is that, you know, you can go out and you can get 500 subscribers. Problem is now you're playing Russian roulette, because if you keep doing that, you're going to gain these generic subscribers. And I'm not insulting people by it by any means, but they're considered generic because they're not actually there for the content. They're only there for that one video because it gave them some sense of like happy feeling or something. Well, so they're not there to watch my MXR chorus.
Exactly.
LTD guitar.
And that's what we need to break down, because like you got a subscriber because they thought they see one video, they like it, they think you're going to do more of those reaction videos. Yeah. That's what they're subbing for, but that's not really your bread and butter.
No.
So no matter what, at the end of the day, they're not actually watching the content you're passionate about.
Yeah.
And so eventually they either stop watching altogether or they unsubscribe.
Yeah.
And so it's, I don't know. Jason's kind of talked about that too, because he's monetized now on his channel. He's been on a couple times. And
yeah.
I don't know. I think you got a few different things. You either have to stay very specific and true to what you're doing, or you have to really diversify.
Well, and I mean, we've talked about it a little bit too, like as far as my level of commitment to doing this or branching out and doing other things too, like with you guys and everything. You know, for me, it always kind of started as, you know, just doing, hey, cool, check out this guitar that I bought for $40, and I re-glued the neck and fixed this and did that.
I watched the shit out of those.
Here's
videos.
what you can do, you know, and I enjoy every bit of that. So it's like, it's no different than me. You know, a lot of people that we're friends with know this, that because of like me being a mechanic.
Yep.
As soon as I start doing side work and it starts interrupting my personal life, and it starts, you know, I get tired and cranky and I don't want to work on anything anymore. Now I'm to the point where I don't want to work on my own muscle truck. Now I have to cut everything off. I have to stop working because the hobby turned into a full-time job, and now I'm putting 40 in and coming home and wrenching.
So, and I've asked you this for a long time. So you're a mechanic full-time. That's
Yes.
what you do for like a normal job.
Yep.
You got your health insurance, all that kind of good shit.
Oh yeah.
And then you started this side thing where you were doing YouTube videos working on cars, but that was at home in your garage.
Yep.
My question is two things. Number one, and you have like 5,000 subs on that channel.
5,600.
It's ridiculous. So my question is, where is the point where you have enough subs and you're making enough money off that YouTube channel where you don't need to go to work 40 hours a week for that guy anymore? You can just do your own shit in your own garage for 40 hours a week. And even if you're not making the same amount of money as you would your normal day job, you are making enough money from that YouTube channel to where that issue is kind of a non-issue anymore. Because I get what you're saying, and I hear this a lot. My hobby became a job, and then it sucked. Okay, yeah, that's a little different. Because I got a buddy who was a Bears foot skier for a long time, and he was so passionate about it. And then he turned pro. Like, he had real sponsors. Mm-hmm. And he said he couldn't do it anymore when he had to wake up and go skiing whether he wanted to or not. Yep. I get that, but at the same time, it's like, so are you saying you're happy working at a collection agency or selling mortgages? Because if you're not, if that's not your dream job,
yeah,
you're miserable either way. So it goes back to that thing I always say, like, I'd rather swing a hammer than, or I'd rather swing a drumstick than a hammer, because I'm swinging something.
I can say, like, right now, you know, when opportunities have, okay, I'll say for Hex, opportunities have been presented to us.
For the listeners, that's one of the bands that he's been in.
Hexagonal Kotex.
And still currently in, actually.
Yes,
one of the few bands you haven't quit yet.
Well, if I quit, it takes the whole band out. So I'm kind of obligated. No, I'm not going anywhere. But, you know, we've been presented with some very, very good, promising opportunities. And, you know, the 18-year-old in my head goes, fuck yeah, let's go. Let's pack up the truck. Let's get a U-Haul trailer. Let's go, because I get a discount on the trailer. And, you know, let's go play some shows out of state. You know, let's do something with this. You know, same thing with overseas. All right, you know, let's go overseas. But it's the fact that I'm almost 40 now, 1 year away from 40, and now I have responsibilities that require my obligation to commit to over the music.
And specifically to be there.
I have to do this.
Well,
this
you have
priority.
to be at home.
Yeah.
It's not just like, oh, I have a marriage and I want to be faithful to her. It's like, well, I also own a home, so I have to literally be at home.
Yeah.
I can't spend the entire summer on the road.
Yeah.
And that's cool. I'm not saying, you got to become a touring professional musician. I guess is what I'm saying is if there's a way between the two channels, and let's just make up a number. Let's say you need to clear and take home $100,000, and that's after taxes, insurance, all that kind of shit, right? You want to bring home $100,000 between your two channels, at the Mechanic channel and Thrash Metal Studio. Can we get it to where you're making $100,000 after you're paying for your own medical and all that shit? And would you do that if it's a possibility? That's what my question is like, okay, I get it, but what if you didn't have to work at the 40-hour-a-week job? Would you start YouTubing again on the Mechanic channel?
No.
So you're just not interested in that at all.
And I think a lot of people that know me, that have known me for a long time, understand me when I say that, or maybe they'll have like this like realization or something. I am very, very particular about my time. Like, and you kind of saw that today a little bit with just asking about like what time to be here and shit. I'm very particular about it.
You were asking me. Yeah.
I am drill sergeant on that because. And
well, I appreciate that because there's nothing worse than sitting down here. Oh, we're going to start at 6, and at 6:30 you're still not here.
Yeah, I wouldn't waste your time.
I've been waiting for an hour and a half because I'm not going to go out and fucking mow the lawn and get all sweaty and uncomfortable.
Yeah, yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's like, if you're not coming, be honest. So when you tell me you're going to be here at 5 to 5:15, I'm like, okay, cool. He's going to be. And when you actually show up at 5 to 5:15. I can't appreciate that more than any. That is the number one thing that I appreciate is just being here when you say you're going to be here because, and you saw it again tonight. We've talked about this. Like, I need about a half hour, 45 minutes with you right before the podcast just to make sure camera angles are right, audio and video signals are working, lighting is right, and then we still got to create the thumbnail most of the time unless you send me a grip of pre-production material, which not everyone does.
I didn't send him anything.
And I don't need to do it that way like what we did with Ian's. It's fine to do it this way, but it's tough if we're going to start at live. We tell people we're going to start at 6. We tell people we're going to start up at 6, and then you show up at 5:55.
Yeah.
I'm like just stressed. I'm like, okay, I guess we're not doing a thumbnail. Let's just go. I'll do it all later. So I'm particular about my time as well, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to tell you that because a lot of guys, they're fucking late, man. And it's I'm not like mad, but it stresses
sons
me out.
Of bitches.
Yeah, you sons of bitches. Yeah. Wally was late yesterday, like an hour.
You should have punched him in the throat.
Yeah, fucking no, I love that guy.
No,
I did give him a bunch of shit about it though.
Good.
That's
yes,
what
you should.
You're
a grown ass man.
That's the reality. Is like I get it. People are late, but I'm also going to give you shit about it. We're gonna have some fun with it.
I've gotten to the point now in my life, and this goes not only with time, but this also goes with like what I choose to do in my time. I had a realization a while ago that, and this is going to get really deep, so enjoy this. I had kind of a realization where, I'm going to if I keep jumping jobs and trying to find that dream job, there's always going to be an asshole. There's always going to be opinions, and it's going to ruin it. But it's my choice to let it ruin it for me. So I choose that I want to show up to work, I want to do my job, and I want to go home. I don't want to get involved in any bullshit because I have a reason to be there, an obligation. So when I get done, like when Monday hits, I'm ready to rock, dude. I got my week planned out. And then when something happens that railroads me into another siding, and I got to deal with that now all of a sudden my schedule's screwed up, and so it's like I just want to have a nice, easy, quiet life because shit is just messed up in this world. Dude. It is fuckedup.com/humans are the worst things ever on this earth. How about that? We can 100%. Go into that. I would love to talk about that. That's some yeah, that'd be good times right there.
Talk about whatever you want to talk about, man.
Oh God. I don't know. I'm gonna let you. You can poke the bear if you.
Well, and we got plenty of time. We can definitely get there. Yeah. I'm just super curious about this because, like, okay, you're already a mechanic. You're doing this for 40 hours a week. So what if
That was the explanation I had I have an explanation for
Okay.
that. The idea of taking on doing work in the garage at home full time. A 2-hour job turns into a 5-hour job because of camera angles, redoing the shots. You know, you don't want to go taking something apart and then all of a sudden realize that the camera wasn't fucking recording. So now you got to put it back together.
Gotcha.
It's overcomplicating everything. When I'm in a controlled environment, like in my basement, when I do the music stuff, totally different animal because I have my boom mic, I have my cameras, I have everything.
And you don't want to take the time or energy to set up another studio in your garage to film yourself. So let me ask this. What if, hypothetically, you're my mechanic, you work for me at my shop, like I own an actual shop, you're my top level mechanic, whatever, and I go, hey man, I want to make a deal with you. I noticed you have a really cool YouTube channel. What if I bought some cameras and I hired some kid, you know, he's not a mechanic, and he films you doing your jobs, but you do it here in the shop from now on while you're doing your regular job. He'll film you. You put it on your YouTube channel and just advertise it that you're getting it and you're doing it all here. So I get promo and potential business at my garage, and you can double your money by getting free content for your YouTube page. Would you do something like that then?
I'm not going to say no because it also kind of goes into, you know, like at my work right now, you know, we got, you know, some of us employees got the old talking to about our efficiency. I hate efficiency. I hate efficiency just as much as I hate flat rate because I don't like to be rushed when I work on stuff because that's how mistakes happen.
For people that don't understand the audio industry, explain just quickly what does efficiency versus flat rate mean to the average non-mechanic?
If you go and you physically clock in for 40 hours, that means that's the 40 hours times your hourly pay to your paycheck, taxes done. If you do not punch 40 hours worth of labor to coincide with that 40 hours of actual, like you're there on the premises, you clocked into the time clock on your time card, and if it's below 40, that's when you start going into the negative. If you're 40 and above, then you're not costing the company any money basically. And flat rate, you're at the mercy of workflow. So if you have a job come in, if you are experienced at it and you knock that job out, well then all of a sudden you're making bank. But if you run into a hiccup or if you have this or that, then all of a sudden you start getting screwed on time. Other mechanics are getting the bread and butter and you're losing out because you're stuck on this bullshit. Mm-hmm. Happened to me last week. Head bolts. You know, it's just one of them things. But so if you alleviate the stress of that, then it's a different animal. Then you're able to focus. You're able to be relaxed. So if you're just on
a straight hourly, but the problem is when you're on an hourly, your bosses are hounding you because you're not getting enough work done. You're not generating enough profit for the businknow. So that's why I'm curious if your boss was, if he was enough of I don't know if he had enough vision, I guess he could see an opportunity there for free advertising, free promo. Yeah, you might get a little less done. You might be a little less efficient, but it's literally free advertising. Yeah. So instead of spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on commercials, he's just spending a couple more grand on you because it's taking you a little bit longer to do your jobs because you got to film them. And then that kid's got to go edit them. So there's another employee there. But I think in the long run, that's the smart way to go. Because I follow other garages that's what they do. So like, I'm just going to make up ABC Auto Care. And they have their own fucking YouTube channel.
A1 Auto.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
A1 Auto. That's a perfect one.
Yep. Well, and they have parts distribution.
Exactly. They even
too.
do their own. So it's almost like AutoZone meets fucking Pennzoil. Mm-hmm. You know, and they break down videos. It's like HGTV with their little this old house shit, you know.
I would shoot if
I just don't know why your boss hasn't done that. Like
it's like let's talk about I have to watch this. I have to be careful about
it. Just seems to me it seems like a no-brainer. And same thing with the music thing, dude.
We could give you X amount. Okay, this is what we were presented today. Or this is what this is what we were presented today over a video. We're going to give you X amount dollars because you guys are just knocking it out of the park. Good job. Go team. But we're going to put it in your 401k. We're not going to put it into your bank account. So they dodged giving the money instantaneously, right?
Well, that definitely lowers their taxes.
It's a
Yep.
smart business practice.
And it
on
lowers
their end.
your income tax if you leave it in your 401k long enough. Because if you put it in a dude, here's how you do this. You let them. I used to work in the financial industry.
Oh boy.
So I'm not going to give you all the details, but here's the simple principle.
For $5.95 though,
you let them drop it into your 401k,
yeah,
and then you open up a Roth IRA, and you can transfer penalty-free from the 401k to the Roth IRA, and you can get your money out of that Roth IRA with little to no penalties and do whatever you want with it. So let them do that.
Mhm.
And then you earn interest along the way because they're investment accounts.
well, it's the premise.
You
of,
can double dip the chip is what I'm saying.
Ooh.
The ladder is built for you to climb. It's just if you don't know any better, it seems like it's built to keep you down.
Yeah. Oh,
But the
that's
system is built like a ladder. It's built to climb.
That was my comment today. Like, this is like the equivalent of me getting the 10-cent raise at the machine shop. I went, just go ahead and keep it. Because
I would disagree. I would have taken that money and I would have been laughing those fucking idiots.
oh,
Like,
it's okay. I came from a company.
actually,
that,
I wouldn't have called them idiots. I would have went, this is fucking brilliant.
Incompetentos.
For everyone. No, I would have been like, this is brilliant for everyone. This is smart for them to avoid extra payroll tax and shit like that. But this is brilliant for me because I can avoid income tax.
Yeah.
I can invest this, make money on it through the 401k, transfer it to the Roth IRA, and then I can dip into it if I ever hit an emergency. It's like a
See, I'm a simple person.
God, that's brilliant.
But see, that's the thing though, is that you look into a lot of the detail of this stuff, especially because you were already in the industry.
Yeah, I was
for me.
Yeah, dude.
For me,
years.
I'm a caveman, dude. I'm point A, point B. There's no deferring from that. Like, oh, sorry, why did you kick my dog?
Oh, are they still down here?
Sorry.
Oh, Peanut. She
But,
finally quieted down.
Yeah, she's all cool though. But no, like I looked at it as like before my previous boss at a different company, $500 bonus, right? They wouldn't even bat an eye at it. They'd hook us up because they appreciated us. Well, now what I'm doing currently, we never see any of that. We don't get any of that. And it's the same equivalent as that previous place, because when that boss passed away and another boss took over, all of a sudden our bonuses started drifting away, and then all of a sudden we got a cooler.
Right.
And then we were given a fleece pullover. And I told him I didn't want to look like Cookie Monster.
Right.
So it's the sign.
That shit
It's a sign
pisses
of
me off.
It's a sign of appreciation, and it's a sign of being slapped in the face.
Oh, here's you guys here. Everybody's
Good
getting
job.
a bonus. Here's a
Yeah.
company coat. Oh,
Yeah.
you mean so now I'm your walking billboard?
That's exactly what I
fuck.
said. That's exactly what I said. That's why I boogied out of there, man.
I don't
got
want
no
a
time for
fucking
that.
coat, dude.
And this segues really well into like where I'm at mentally now. Like, and I'm glad that we're going this way because I get a kick out of this. Like, a lot of people put a lot of emphasis on things like there are people out there that will kick the shit out of somebody else because they believe that this label right here and this flavor is the best flavor in the world.
Oh, loyalists.
It goes across the board, whether it be this or, I'll even say patriotism and
Sure.
even further.
You know what's interesting? I heard Mike Breaker say something today. Like what you're describing is what we would kind of call a zealot, right? And the most zealous people are usually people that adopted their new philosophy. So people who became vegan,
Yeah.
people who became a fan of a band, people who, you know what I mean? Like become part of a new political movement.
Yeah.
Those become the zealots. If you were born a Christian, you're probably not pissing a bunch of people off as a Christian. But it's the guys who convert to
And
Christianity that become the hardcore Bible thumpers.
Yeah. And
Or vegans or meat eaters or whatever, fucking
meat eaters.
or not the meat eaters. I meant the keto guys. Oh,
Yeah.
keto is you're killing yourself. You gotta fucking go keto.
Yeah.
It's like, dude,
And-
shut up.
And that's exactly it. Is like with everything that transpired last year, and you see all these different parties coming out. Like you have
Jeremy Blake, the
What is-
Jared Lee Roth IRA. That's real.
perfect. Sign me up.
Dude, that's actually, that whole strategy I described is very, very real. Like, I didn't make that up. That's not like, you fuck.
For only
I love you,
$19.95 in a 2-hour seminar, we'll have you.
I
into
love you, Jeremy. That's the Jared Lee Roth IRA.
I had the Lee Roth in my head, but I didn't think about the Jared. But,
That's my old nickname. That's my alter ego.
Oh.
Remember there was Rain Mustaine? When
Yeah.
Rain would get drunk, he'd get shady,
Oh.
and then when Ian got drunk, he was Juice, and
Mhm.
we'd scream, "The juice is loose." for me it was Jared Lee Roth. Like it was, and it wasn't about drinking. It was my alter ego from getting the adrenaline high and the ego boost of being on stage, and then I douche out on everybody afterwards because I acted like a rock star. That's where that name came from, Jared Lee Roth.
It happens.
At least that's what I think it was. Maybe it was actually a compliment in the beginning.
Yeah. But no, like with everything that transpired last year, and you have BLM and you know, you have the rights and the lefts getting all pissed off at each other, and then you have Trump and Biden and just all this shit. Like I realize that people put so much focus on these things, and it's like an obligation of a human being to have an identity, just like I'm a thrash metal fan or whatever. At the end of the day, who fucking cares? Because that shouldn't be our identity. Yeah,
the tribe cares.
Yeah,
and that's the thing is like everybody's divided into these little tribes. You're either right or you're left. You're like Republican or you're Democrat. You're either you either support Antifa or here's the one that I love is you either support Antifa or you're pro-fascism.
And see, even
because if you're not pro-Antifa, then because Antifa's anti-fascist, so if you don't support Antifa, then you're supporting fascism. I'm like, go fuck yourself.
And that's the funny thing is, think about people that might stumble upon this video and start hearing me say these names. Instantly, they're going to be like, "Oh, he's this, he's that, he's."
Oh yeah, this is definitely costing me subs right now.
Oh well, and you know what? And that's dude. It's a trickle effect because things are so easy to find on the internet. If people have a problem with me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Where we're at in current day times fucking sucks, and it's our own damn fault for letting it happen because of the divide and conquer. And for me, my realization was I'm gonna die someday. I'm not gonna waste any more time giving it to anything that's bullshit.
When did this happen?
It took me. I felt like at least the whole like accepting of death probably over a year ago.
So yeah, because you're just a few years older than me.
Yeah.
How old are you?
39.
Okay, yeah, I'm 36, about to be 37.
You are so old.
You're just a couple years. But here's the thing: is I'm starting to deal with my own mortality as well.
Yeah, and it happens.
And for me, it's like I've been dealing with it now for about 6 months, and it's like maybe even longer. Maybe it's been a year. I don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something about. You either have like a near-death experience or it just starts to happen as you get older. And this is why guys right around 55 end up having a midlife crisis because they're about to retire and they realize no, you're having the like having the other one. The
Have you not seen all the fucking gear I bought?
You got gas?
Bad.
You got gas? For listeners that don't know, gas is gear acquisition syndrome.
Horrible.
You've got gas so bad, you smell like shit.
I'm a dirty, dirty boy. Yeah, dude, it's
you
seriously.
You need to shower, bro.
man, you stanky.
Your gas is so bad, you stank, bro.
Yeah, you stanky. No, man, I just
because it really did suddenly stink in here.
I didn't
my
do
dog
it. Talk
farted.
about I can't smell anything right now, so we're all good. But no, I really kind of just had this like awakening of just realizing all this wasted time that people are. Oh, you got to vote for this person. You have to do this. You have to believe in this. I don't have to believe shit. You know why? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who we get into office.
Right.
There will be people that will fight me on that tooth and nail, and that's fine. If they want to waste their time not thinking about like their kids or all those good times or their wife.
I think what you mean by that, though, is like why it doesn't matter who's in office is because the policies don't usually change that drastically. And each party, each administration, no matter what they say, they end up doing almost the same thing. And so like we still haven't pulled out of Afghanistan, you know, like everybody thought that was going to end under Obama. Obama put more troops in Afghanistan after he pulled a bunch of out. So it's just like it's super fucking blurry. And I think the only thing a president is supposed to do is make people at least feel calm or good about the shitty things that are happening. And I think that's the only difference between who's in office at any given point in time is how good of a public speaker are they? Like the problem with Trump is people loved him or hated him.
Yeah.
Right? Like I don't really know anybody that actually likes Biden. So like you see what I'm saying? It's he's not nearly as divisive.
If Biden could get a full sentence out that I could properly understand, I would be all about it. But then again, when I say what I said about, like, it doesn't matter who's in office, it's more along the lines of that there will always be somebody unhappy about it. Nobody's ever going to be happy. And that's why I don't like the idea of there being a right and a left and no gray area.
Plus, when are we basing this is another issue that I'm kind of trying to get people to think about, at least, because this is how I think about it, is like, I don't care who's in office for president, because I do not allow the president to dictate the outcome of my life, let alone my happiness.
You're still going to have to pay taxes. There's no getting around that. You still have to pay federal. You still have to pay state. There's no getting around it.
I still vote, but I don't lose my shit when Trump wins. I don't lose my shit when Biden wins. I just roll my eyes and I go, okay, the next 4 years
is what it is.
And that's it. I think that's really what most of our reactions should be when a certain president wins, regardless if we're talking about Trump or Biden, or it could have been Hillary, right? Is like, once they're in, just roll your eyes and go, okay, the next 4 years are going to be interesting.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, like, you are still responsible for your day-to-day life.
They're not producing and this actually goes into COVID too. And of course, I'm probably going to look like a contradicting asshole not wearing a mask right now, but if you wanted me to wear one, I would wear one.
I mean, I honestly just trust you guys to tell me if you've been exposed.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be here right now if I was exposed.
Whether it's directly or indirectly, like that's what happened yesterday with Moog. Moog hit us up in the day. He's like, I was indirectly exposed, meaning his girlfriend was exposed to somebody, and then he's been around his girlfriend. That's an indirect exposure. Mm-hmm. We played it safe. He gave me the heads up. I made the call. Yep, too risky. Don't do it.
Yep.
I trust. That's my point, is I don't put requirements that make decisions for you in place preemptively, like mask laws or social distancing laws or things like that, because I know the type of people now I'm not talking about public. I'm talking about my own private policy, because I know the people I fuck with. If you're going to come to my home and be in my podcast studio and sit here with me for 3 hours, you're probably not a piece of shit human being. And if you were sick, you would probably give me the heads up. Because if you were that shitty of a person to knowingly bring COVID into my house, we're probably not friends.
Yeah.
Like, I'm probably not fucking friends with you to begin with, so you're probably not coming. So I guess is what I'm really getting at, is like, whether it's COVID or it's the president or it's any of these existential things we're talking about, I kind of live my life the way I live it. And I sort of adapt a little bit, but I don't really change dramatically anything I'm doing in my lifestyle when it comes to those things. The only thing that really started fucking with me is what you said, is I kind of started dealing with my own mortality. I'm like 35, 36 years old. I'm starting to realize my body's getting older. Fucking time's running out. Like, okay, I can still be successful in what I still am, young enough and driven enough to do whatever I want. But I can't be just like living my life on a whim like I did in my 20s. Like, fuck it, I'll do whatever I want. Like, who cares? Fucking it's like, I'm going to turn around and be 50 someday. Do I want to be the same fucking dude with fake teeth that are falling out? Or do I want to have enough fucking cash stacked where I can just be like, all right, I guess I'm fucking getting all my teeth fixed now. No big deal. Or we get an opportunity to go, hey, you know what? These bands want to hang out with you and do your podcast. So you should come out to LA for a couple weeks. And I've got 10, 15 grand to go get a baller ass hotel room and temporarily rent out a studio, and it's no big deal. I don't want to keep struggling like I was as a broke musician in my 20s, or, in our early 30s when we first got married as fucking new homeowners, and you're fucking, you don't realize how much it costs to own a home. It's like, fuck, dude.
Totally.
And my point is, where I'm going with this is, owning a home and then dealing with my own mortality, those are the only things that have changed the way I live my life and where my priorities are. And it's all directly tied to how I spend my time and where I invest that time.
Yep.
So I feel you, man. And like, just the fact that you brought that up and you said that just makes me feel a lot better about the shit that I've been kind of dealing with over the last year. And I'm sure a lot of other people feel a lot better right now too, because they're like, fuck, man, I'm not alone.
Absolutely. And
look at these two grumpy fucks sitting here on this podcast talking about exactly what I'm feeling right now.
I put up a video talking about, I believe it was talking about
love you, Jeremy.
Yeah. If us musicians have a future or something, it was something along the lines, but it was basically me doing kind of like a check up on people type video where, hey, here's what I've been feeling because we don't have shows, we don't have this, we don't have that, you know. And because you know, the last time I was here, I talked about going through some down times because of, you know, everything being shut down.
You talking about like depression?
Yeah, absolutely. And I had a pretty bad bout, probably. I don't want to say that because I don't want people to think like I was all, but it was more of just like, I felt like I had no outlet for music. So what's the point in me? What's the point in me working on new songs? What's the point of
just drooping a little bit?
I've heard that
It
before.
was like down here.
But it's, you know, what's the point of me working on songs? What's the point of me, you know, memorizing lyrics? Why am I doing this? What's the point? There is no point. There's no purpose to it. Why am I wasting my time? You know, and that's why I've tried to change my mindset on things and be a little more positive, or at least upbeat, you know. And I always know that
you don't feel like you wasted your life.
You know, I got asked a question by a viewer. What's my biggest regret musically? And my biggest regret was that I wasted 3.5 years with somebody that
I watched that episode.
Yeah.
I was watching that live.
Were you? Okay.
Yeah, that shit got deep, bro.
Yeah, dude.
I almost made a dick joke. It got so heavy. Seriously, in the comments, when it gets that heavy, like, man, it's like somebody crack a joke, dude. Cause
well,
like,
yeah, and
this shit's getting fucking. My shirt's getting a little uncomfortable. You know what I mean?
but it's really the truth though, is that I wasted time with somebody for 3.5 years
Instead of pursuing music.
Yep. And you know what? We had our bouts. She cut. I had 9 guitars. She cut all the strings off of them because she was pissed because I went to band practice up in the old, I believe it was the old Head Charge space at the 312 building.
I was never
or
there.
418, the 418 club upstairs.
Gotcha. Okay.
Way the hell up there. Anyway, but it was with Andy Motherway and Corey, can't remember his last name. They used to be in Revelation, and then they became Stasia. I was in the beginning stages of that.
Revelation or Revolution?
Revolution. Or no, Revelation. There was Our Revelation or Our Evolution.
And Revelation.
Revelation.
I remember Revelation. Nobody remembers that band. They
Jeff
were
was a
fucking
singer.
Good.
Chris was a guitar player.
They did that sick sober cover.
Yes.
For the Tool cover.
Yep.
Dude, I auditioned for that band on rhythm guitar. That was the very first band I ever auditioned for.
Do you remember Calvin or Raymond Breed?
No.
Okay, so yeah, there was a band called Breed. Jordan Swanson's friends of Raymond. He was a bass player of the band.
I met the bass player at fucking Dan and Cindy's Music.
Oh, wow. That's
And
where I
then-
did my guitar lessons.
Yeah,
at.
and we hung out, and I fucking tried to audition for their band. They weren't really. They were arguing about possibly replacing one of their members because he didn't really have his shit together.
Yeah.
And then I came over and checked him out, you know, and like he got the hint and like immediately upgraded his gear and immediately started taking it seriously because they brought in some 16-year-old kid that was this close to taking his job, almost like the way a team brings in a second punter just for a day of practice. Like, oh shit, all of a sudden your punter is pretty good.
Yeah,
it was that kind of thing because I never got the job and I never really auditioned because they hadn't really decided to replace that kid yet.
Yeah,
but that was a great band that never went anywhere. Do you know what happened to that band?
Corey,
is that the singer?
No, Jeff. I don't know what happened to him. Chris, he was working at one of the.
I don't know any of these people. So who are these?
Chris was a guitar player. I can't remember all.
Did he work at
names.
Guitar Center?
Nope. Chris went to go work at a gun shop here in the Twin Cities.
Okay.
And then Corey is doing like a lot of overseas
Corey?
stuff. Corey's the bass player. And then Andy Motherway was the drummer, and I think he's done with music. Like pretty much everybody is done with music as far as performing.
Why do you think we all quit like that? Because we definitely don't stop loving music.
I don't want to make an answer. I don't really know. I know there's times where I need to take a break, but at the same time, it's still there. That fire to want to keep performing live, and you know, at the point I'm at now, have we tapped the proper sources to get the general public to come to shows? No, I don't think anybody really has. Maybe in a small percentage amount that I know of, because I don't know as many people as you do. From what I think, or what my opinion would be, is I think you know a lot more of the bands than I do. I've fallen off the map. I don't
know. I never thought about that.
Well, but I mean, you know, if you think about it, I mean, what outside of Loud and Local or playing a national show, or
maybe now we could make that argument just because I've been doing the podcast and then and everything's growing, the network's growing, I'm meeting new people, doors are opening, and I've got a bunch of people that want to come on the podcast where I don't know them. I've never heard of their band until somebody brings them up or recommends them or somebody mentions them on the podcast.
Yep.
But if we would have had this conversation 6 months ago, I would have laughed at you because I'd have been like, I don't know any bands. Like, who do I know that's still active? I don't know a single legit local band. Here we are 6-9 months later, and I'm like, God, you know what? I might now, maybe, because you still got to include all the bands we do know from back in the day and musicians and shit. Maybe, I don't know, man. Where are you going with this?
Well, I don't know.
Because you brought up I might know more people than you now.
Well, I mean, it's basically talking like as far as, you know, having the drive to be able to go out and perform and play and all that stuff. You know, having people there at the shows. You know, I don't really feel like the ability to actually hook, line, and sinker the general public to get them to come to shows anymore is there. Because
they've definitely lost interest.
Yeah,
but that's our fault. It's not like the internet did that.
I see, and I actually think I feel different about that. I do feel that the instant accessibility to music by just punching it up on your phone or being able to go on YouTube or whatever service, I feel like that has hindered music because technology in and of itself has hindered humans.
You like hip hop, right?
Hit and miss. This right here is my play on NWA. So,
okay. But you don't hate hip hop.
No, I don't hate.
You ever been to a hip hop show?
Mm-mm.
Never once?
I'd get down.
Okay. Well, I will tell you this, man. I've been to a lot of shows in every genre, and I will tell you this without a shadow of a doubt. You give me the best hip-hop act in the world, and then you give me the best rock band in the world, or the best metal band in the world, and the live band that's actually playing their instruments will always put on a better show. Because there's something missing when it's just a bunch of dudes running around rapping to a backing track. This is what makes certain pop acts great when they tour, is they tour with a real band. Those shows are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So I'm not talking pop acts and I'm not talking certain hip-hop acts that travel with real bands. I'm talking your cliche, you got 2-3 rappers, maybe a hype guy, and a DJ. Let me put it into perspective. I went to a local show here, and I seen this local hip-hop group called Shredders play. It was an amazing show because they had 2 rappers, but then they had a DJ that was playing samples and shit, and then they had a dude physically playing a drum machine. So he's actually going boom, boom, ka-boom, boom, 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 ka-boom, and he's like slamming these pads, and he's like really jamming while he's doing it. And I was like, this is one of the coolest hip-hop shows I've ever seen because this is the closest thing to watching musicians perform their instruments live in the hip-hop industry.
Yeah.
Right? So why I'm bringing this up is because hip-hop shows are still drawing thousands of people, even here locally. It's rock and metal, and I don't want to hear that the internet killed it because they're doing it, and I don't want to hear that the music's more palatable because pop music has always been more palatable, and the biggest concert of all time was Moscow 91, and Metallica headlined that to 1.6 million people.
But look where they played, though. That's the key thing, is that in America, heavy metal, thrash metal, death metal, grindcore, gent, whatever you want to call all of it,
I mean, Metallica still draws. Five Fingers still draws. I mean, big bands can still draw. Is what I'm getting at is we locally have lost the ability to capture and retain the interest of the average fan. We here in this town, on average, have some of the best musicians in the world. In this town, I could throw a rock and hit a great guitar player in the head in any direction.
No, it sounds arrogant.
Seriously, though, that's how good this town is. Think about it. We know bands that went to LA to look for guitar players or singers or drummers. Okay. Yes, there's more people there. So total, they're going to have more musicians that are better than us at our instruments in LA. However, if you auditioned 100 guys in this town on guitar, 20 of them are probably going to be trash. 60 of them are going to be really fucking good. And 20 of them are going to be like elite. But point being, you can kind of just take your pick.
Yeah.
Good guitar players are everywhere in this town. But you go to LA and you hold 100 auditions, you get maybe 5 guys that are really good and maybe 2 that are elite.
Yep.
The rest of them are all trash.
Yep.
And that's true on every instrument in that town because, again, yeah, there's 30 million people in that town, but there's also 30 million people in that town. More people doesn't mean more talent. It just means more people. I think we have gotten so comfortable and arrogant with our own community of like great musicians that we've lost the appreciation and the drive to actually get fans and keep fans. So we didn't adapt to the YouTube. We did. I mean, you're doing it now with the Thrash Metal Studio thing.
I think but I think that
I'm doing it with the
different
podcast.
That's a different level, though, and I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Does it at least, even if you do agree or disagree, does it make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because I think that's what we missed out is we're not doing well on social media. Like, you know, the pop stars, the hip hop guys, they fucking do the Instagram posts, they do the stories. Like, it doesn't matter what you're doing them about. Even Chris Pratt, the actor, is constantly fucking around making jokes on there, just having fun.
Yeah,
it's staying relevant. It's staying in people's minds. We in the metal and rock community have failed to do that. Whether you agree or disagree, that makes sense, right?
Hex has been busted.
And you can tell me if I'm an idiot in the comments. You guys, chew me up if you disagree with me. I don't really care whether you agree or disagree. I just want to make sure that the argument I'm presenting at least makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense, and I agree to a pretty high extent. I do feel that the music listener in the United States has become lazy, and I believe that they have become unmotivated and disinterested in what's going on currently, because you see Super Bowls, they have the typical generic fucking people on there lip syncing to whatever. You have American Idol, which rams down everybody's either a fucking country singer or an R&B singer. It's never somebody that actually produces something hard worked. You've played numerous local shows. You've sold your fucking soul to try to be something. It's always this, oh, I'm going to go sign up for American Idol and I'm going to become the next fucking singer. Fuck you.
You know, everyone who's lost that show has had better long-term careers than anybody who won that show.
Yeah. I mean, think of it this way.
Chris Daughtry is the best example.
I could go out and I could start up a pop country or a country band that sounds like Georgia, Florida, or whatever the fuck it is. You know, whatever the hell, you know, is hot. You know, go out there and you know damn well.
Remember when it was Lady Antebellum?
Yeah, and why they changed their name it's complete bullshit to me. It's just stupid.
What's the story? I don't know the story behind it.
It's all about being accepted by a group. It's no different.
Who changed their name?
They changed their name because Lady Antebellum. They changed their name because it was considered a racial offensive terminology to something it was back in the day. I don't have all the details, so I apologize. So I have to, you know, tread lightly, basically. I don't want to go that route, but it's basically, it was considered offensive. They changed their name to not offend anybody or to have to deal with the repercussions of keeping the name. And then of course there was somebody with their name was Lady A, and then there was a lawsuit and blah blah blah. It's just a bunch of bullshit.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's the Mr.
So what are they now?
It's the Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head scenario.
But what is the new name of that group? What did
Lady
they change
A.
it to?
Lady A.
That's so fucking stupid.
It's completely asinine. It's the oversensitive general public that has now made everyone conform and walk on eggshells to do anything. Every single day,
what do you
I
think
see
about
censorship.
What do you think about this? Because I want to keep talking about that, but I want to stay on topic too.
Yes.
Do you know Klaus Yixen?
Oh, dude.
Do you know that guy? Okay.
Cloth.
He claims, or not claims, he makes a statement, and I actually agree with this. I think this is definitely a contributing factor. I don't think any individual issue we're going to bring up on the subject is going to be solely responsible. I think there's a lot of contributing factors, like being lost in the woods. It's never one big mistake. It's a lot of little mistakes. Does that make sense? He says most, if not all, of today's metal bands are trying to record their own music, and as a result are ruining it with the DAW editing. I agree with that so much, because we talked about this yesterday with Wally. I've talked about this on the podcast a lot. There's two things that I notice are killing live music in the hard rock and metal scenes, and is what it is. It's a lack of on-stage chemistry and apparent rehearsal, like obvious lack of rehearsal with your band members.
Yeah.
It's so clear to me that so many bands, and I'm not even saying you're sloppy, okay? Like, you can still be tight, but I can tell you wrote this in a computer. You sent tracks back and forth, and you rehearsed a couple times before the show.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you're not a real band. I can tell you don't sit in rehearsal like the Metallicas did, like our old local bands used to. We were rehearsing 3 times a week for 3 hours a night. And we had that shit locked down. Jeremy's in the chat. He'll verify this shit right now. We would come in. We would play our entire set front to back, the entire fucking set. So 45 minutes to an hour. And then we'd spend another hour working on something, breaking something down, tightening something up, writing new material, whatever. And then at the end of the night, we'd run through our entire set again 3 times a week.
This is where Andy jumps in and goes, yeah, I'm actually.
But that's why we were tight. Once we had like a guy like Pat Rulin come to rehearsal.
Oh, yeah.
That's why my bands, and like remember Solace and Ashes, Dying Euphoria, once we had a good drummer, that's why those bands were so fucking tight. It's because we rehearsed that way, dude. We were militant about it, man. And it's because we just wanted the pleasure of walking on stage and kicking ass.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if there was nobody there, we still know we kicked
ass.
Yeah. Because we rehearsed our asses
That's why we film everything and put a crowd response in there.
There was never a question of whether the band did well. Like, you might end up coming off stage if you were the guitar player that night. You might walk off stage and be like, man, I really fucking dropped my part, blah, 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 blah. But the band as a whole always gave their A game. And that's because of the rehearsals.
I got to reread what
And
said.
I think that comes through when it comes to songwriting is what I'm getting at, because you miss those aha moments, those epiphanies, those moments of genius where we're sitting there rehearsing and we're playing this together to tighten it up, and I fuck up or you fuck up, and somebody in the band goes, oh, dude, do that again, and then I got a great idea, and then boom, now the song is better than it was.
I wish
if we would have just recorded it and sent it back and forth.
So there's 3 things.
You agree with that?
That I am going to very much agree with that. What I was gonna start with what Cloth was saying is that, you know, he knows that I record at home.
Is it Cloth or Clouth?
Cloth. He's Swedish.
I feel like it's Klaus, but like with a fucking Mr. Slave accent.
He has
oh,
yet to
Klaus.
correct. He's only corrected me one time, and I've said
Klaus.
He means it all in good.
Jesus Christ, Klaus.
So, you know, Cloth knows that I've recorded stuff at home.
Is it Cloth or Clouth? Because I don't want to make.
I've known it as Cloth. So
Cloth.
Yeah. So
correct us right now. Is it Cloth or Clouth?
Cloth. Viking.
He's a Viking.
Sweet. All right. So I put up a video talking about where do you draw the line when it comes to recording, and so many bands, like, okay, when I recorded the Hex stuff for the Precipice EP, what happened was I didn't understand the idea of
Cloth.
It is Cloth. So I didn't understand the concept of using a gate and a compressor and a limiter
on your guitar,
live, on like the kick drum and on the snare.
Are you talking recording
on
drums?
Live? On drum, recording in the studio.
Gotcha.
Recording at my home studio.
So compression, noise gates, shit like that.
You know, it was mainly the noise gate. I didn't grasp the concept. I went in and cut every single dead space out of every single kick, whether it be a single kick or double kick.
Oh my God, that sounds so tedious.
How I'm still alive, I have no idea, because I lost my mind at the end of it. Now I'm doing it again for Matt and Tom's side project, Gallow Glass. But it's refined now. So
any newbies who are recording out there, don't do that. Just put in a noise gate, because whatever DAW you're working with, there's a noise gate in there, and just experiment with it. So when you're not hitting your drums, it actually shuts the mic off.
Will,
that's
honestly,
not even a pro tip.
Will wasn't even trying to give me like pointers. He just told me.
That's hilarious.
Dude, that's the most like tedious shit ever. Why wouldn't you just use a gate? And it opened my mind up. So what the purpose of the video was, it was talking about how people get carried away with the editing or the precision and this and that. They grid everything out, tempos, you know, and they make it so sterile. Like, I watched a video of a guy taking a Zeppelin drum track, and the tempo shifted a little bit. He took that drum track and then went through and quantized it, ruined it. Took the whole soul, the whole groove and everything out of it. So the
unless you know how to quantize to like the 30-second note and add that swing groove back in, that's the only way you're going to keep that authentic feel and tighten up anything. But that's almost like trying to get good at another instrument. It's its own skill and craft.
Oh, it's horrible.
Just being a real great producer where you go, dude, just give me your best performance. And if you fuck up one kick drum, I will quantize it. You go, no, we're not quantizing. He goes, no, I know how to do it right. I can quantize and leave the appropriate in programming terms and drum it's called swing. We say groove in the real world, but in the programming world it's called swing when you're doing drums. And you got to learn how to play with the swing, because I can fucking go into my thing and be like doom pa doom pa doom pa doom pa. If you add a bunch of swing, it's doom pa doom pa doom pa doom pa. And you'll play it straight, and then when it comes back around and you play it, it's on this, and that's because there's way too much swing in there. But what I'm trying to get at is like, don't try to do that on your own. If you want to try to do that shit, get a real producer, because that skill set, like, it's almost like you said, you're going to be splitting your time, because now you're not even being the best drummer you can be. You're spending time becoming the best producer to correct your own fuck ups in your own DAW. Like, these are the benefits of just getting in a room and playing with other musicians and becoming the best musician you can be. You're going to become a better songwriter. You're going to become a better performer. And then when you get in the studio, you don't need all those tricks to fix everything. Like, you can actually just play it the right way, and you get a real producer that put that same time and energy into his job, and he can go in and just tweak little fuck ups to save you time and money, so you don't have to keep going back in and retracking shit.
Well, and, you know, going on that subject about recording at home and everything, stumbling upon riffs at the practice space, or becoming super tight as a band by performing together versus sending tracks back and forth. I've found it personally more efficient for if Matt's got riffs that he's working on at home and he writes something, he'll send it to me. He'll send me a whole song or whatever, and we'll go through, and if there's something that I'm not feeling or he's not feeling about my track, we'll go through and we'll start working on shit. But we've had great progress in that respect, because Meshuggah was doing that back in the day with like Chaos Fear and all that shit. They were sending stuff back and forth, nothing.
I think it can be done if you have the experience from the real way in your blood already.
And I think that's
so. Like, I talked about this again on yesterday's podcast, but like, Jeremy's in the chat and he backed up what I said about our rehearsal. So here's the thing: is I can play drums, you can sing, Jeremy can play guitar and sing, you can play guitar and sing, I can play guitar as well. So, and you play drums as well. So between the three of us, I'm saying we could probably pull it off and actually write a great song, because we can even sit there and listen and get those little aha moments, record our version of it, send it back to you, and describe. No, hit the snare and then close the hi-hat on that E note. So it's and you're going to go, oh shit, I know exactly what you're saying. And then instead of having to go in and retract the whole thing because of technology, you can literally start playing along, do an auto punch in and an auto punch out, boom, and send it right back to me, and the whole thing's been done in a matter of moments. But that still requires the experience in songwriting and knowing that only comes from being in a room with another dude. You're not going to be able to get those aha epiphany moments and describe it to another musician 3,000 miles away if you don't have 10,000 hours jamming with other guys.
Well, that's the key thing for us too, is that it's convenient for Tom to stop at my place because of my kit being there. So if I, like right now, Matt sent me, this is perfect too, because what
we're really talking about is a hybrid of the two, and I'm pro hybrid.
Yeah.
I think is what he's saying, what Cloth was saying.
Cloth records. And he's an engineer, so he's balls deep in it.
But I think what he's saying and what I'm agreeing with is that just doing that's the only way you record or write music, is self-recording at home, producing your own shit, over-editing, not understanding like how to perform your song. And that's where I'll wrap up on my point, is this transitions to your live performances. Because I wholeheartedly believe your job is to write your band's music, perform it, perfect it, and then record it. And when you record it, our job is to capture our sound on record. Not the other way around, where kids write an entire record in the studio before they've ever played it in a show.
Oh, yeah.
They have no idea if this is going to work live, if it's going to sound good live, or if people are even going to like it. I mean, think about this, brother. The old school way is that you would write an album Or you would write songs for an album and you would play them out for sometimes a year or 2 years before you pressed them onto a record. And then while all that was happening, you were already writing more songs. So as soon as you released that record, you played a few singles off of it. And for the next year or two, you're working out new material, almost like a comedian did. But now we're trying to act like we're so genius. We just write hit songs in our basement and release them to the world. You know, it's like 1 in a million people can do that.
Yeah.
Like, that's not realistic. That's not how it's done.
Well, you know,
this is just my opinion.
Yeah.
But I think it's all of these weird little things that have brought down the ability for just a really good local band in Minneapolis to easily get 500 people to a show. Because trust me, the hip hop guys are doing it. And not just any hip hop guy. Like the good hip hop artists, they can easily draw a few thousand people to a fucking beer festival,
and that's where I think we kind of differ.
Crazy.
We kind of differ because I still feel strong about the idea that music, if it's not an easy substance to digest, people aren't going to give it the time of day. And I've seen so many people. You know, Jeremy's one of them. Jeremy is a diehard. With Kyle Skolquist, those guys would be out at every show. Didn't matter where the fuck it was, big, small venue, didn't matter. Those guys are a true testament to the actual musicians of the city because they busted their ass
that's not a musician quality. That's being a great promoter. Jeremy and Kyle were the best promoters in town. There's a hip hop,
but that's a dedication as a musician.
There's an entertainment industry saying I learned from an old hip hop cat. He said if you want to stay on top, you got to stay in touch. That's what these kids are now doing online. They're being relevant. They're staying in touch. That's what they did before the internet was huge. They went to every show. They were the most relevant rock stars in town because they went to every show. But Jeremy will tell you himself that actually kind of hurt us because when all the bands in town were getting record deals, when our name came up, we figured I'm quoting Jeremy from the podcast when he was on. He said the problem is that we knew we were getting sniffed around, but when these guys would come into town and they'd start asking about Relevance, the story on us was that we were just friends with everybody. So that immediately diminished our value to get signed. So when all the bands in town were getting signed, people kept looking at Relevance like, you guys are selling out 1,000 people venues every time you play. Whether it's true or not, the perception was built through their brilliant marketing and promoting of being relevant and going to everybody's shows that they were simply friends with everyone. And that, I don't know if that actually hurt them, but some people, including Jeremy, have said that's a potential argument for almost like when you did that review thing on your that reaction video.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you got a bunch of fucking subs.
Yeah.
But it's not the same type of substance that you really need. I don't know. Again, I'm not actually saying this, but Jeremy himself made that argument about that. And I don't think that's a testament to them being great musicians. I think that's a testament to their work ethic and being brilliant promoters and basically doing and almost inventing what everyone is trying to do now online. They did it before the internet. They were relevant. They stayed in touch with everyone, fans, fucking other bands, bar owners, bookers, promoters. When they walked into a room, 100 people recognized them from, like I said, fans all the way up.
But see,
that's brilliant.
But that's why I go back.
That's just not a musician thing. That's a business thing.
See, I mean, but
he is a great songwriter.
But the business,
let's not take away from Jeremy's ability.
But the business is being a musician. So in order to do your profession, being a musician properly, you need to apply what you said.
That's the art. No, you're blurring art and the business. The business is the business. The art is the music, right? So being a great musician and being a great artist, if you can't dedicate the time, energy, or the savviness that Jeremy and Kyle were able to do, that's fine. Go be your quirky, weird fucking self. But then you better get a great manager and a great promoter and a great booker. You got to hire people to go do those jobs. Jeremy and Kyle were so fucking smart that they did all those things themselves.
But that's what bands have lost. And that's why I resent the fact that the internet blew up the way it did. And now people, and now
you sound so old and grumpy.
I totally do.
I resent the internet.
I totally, no, you know what? This phone right here has me by the balls because this right here is my way of getting a hold of everybody. And I got screwed out of being No, I'm all good. For me, in my generation, my age, I feel like I got cheated out of the life of being an actual touring musician, because now it's to the point where it's music on a hard drive, music on a phone, music on Spotify or any of these other places are no different than taking pictures with your DSLR and putting them on a hard drive. You're going to forget about it because you don't have that physical copy. You don't have that in front of you to look at and to like think about when we were younger, when we would go buy CDs at Best Buy or 2020 Sound or whatever. We had that physical copy. We couldn't forget about that because it'd be in a center console of our car or truck, or it would be in the CD player or whatever. Now,
I don't know, man.
I forget about music on my phone because...
Hold on, though. Hold on. Think about this. So I became a musician because I was a true fan of music. So by 11 years old, I discovered, secondhand music shops, and I'm getting CDs for $1 or $2. So even on my little $5 a week music budget, I'm buying 4 CDs a week and shit. And I built up and had that rack.
Loved it.
Okay. So, but you put the CDs in sideways, so all you could read was the name of the band and the album. You didn't see the artwork. You didn't see anything. It was just a library, essentially, right? An indexed library. I did them in alphabetical order as well. And then when we got to the band, they were in order of release, right? Well, here's my point, man. That's literally the exact same thing when I scroll through my iTunes. It's absolutely 100% identical.
I don't even use
and
iTunes.
When I hit play, when I hit play, unlike my CD player, I see the album artwork right there.
But are you going to flip through it?
You can. You can fucking, if you want certain albums, if they still put out artwork digitally, there's fucking, you hit play or you hit a button and the lyrics pop up, and they'll even highlight almost like karaoke, and you can follow along. You can stop it and scroll back and be like, wait, what was that line? And then let it go and it'll come back up to the current. Like, I don't know, man. I think you're getting old, dude. I think we're all getting old because I'm telling you, as a music consumer, the internet is better for us.
See, I just don't feel it.
Guess who? Okay, let me ask you this. I'm gonna try to make this point via a question, and it's not a gotcha moment. I have a 20-year-old little brother. He's 20-year-old. I'm not gonna try to get you like, see, gotcha. I'm not gonna do that.
It's all right. I
guess what his favorite band is? Queen. Not Cardi B, not Nickelback. No, Queen. Why? Because of the internet. Because he's able to get access to any music, and he was able to find what he really wanted to listen to.
But he had to have been influenced at some point up to that 20 years old. Maybe he heard you playing it.
I tried to get him into this shit a long time ago.
You know what I mean? Maybe
I tried to get him into Metallica and Megadeth. I tried to get him into all of that, and he just wasn't really into music until he hit about like 15, 16. Yep. And then all of a sudden something caught on, and he would like certain songs from certain movies. Like when he was a little kid, he would like he liked Kiss from a Rose by Seal. But he wasn't a music fan. And then when he became a music fan, he went down his own rabbit hole. Yep. So he knew a couple bands to start with because he also hears my stepdad listening to music out in the garage and shit like that. So he'd be like, yeah, let me start there. But my point is like, it's so easy to find music on the internet. If you're actually good, your band could be dead for 20, 30 years, and an entire new generation of kids will still find it and love it. I think... truly, if you're not able to succeed in the internet world, then your content probably really just isn't that good, dude. I'm starting to really think this. Like, the bands that it killed were the internet sifted out the bad shit. Like, it's a lot easier to blow up, but if you don't have any real substance to you, you ain't gonna last. And I think it got rid of a lot of lazy musicians, man, because only the hardest working ones with the most talent are going to be able to actually retain the attention base of any given fan base, including Queen, who hasn't put out a fucking record since 1980, whatever the fuck.
Now you got to look at it in generations, though. 50s? Okay, so music took off, and like there's the bands that did their thing up to the 40 or right up to 50. All right. Then you've got the bands from 50s.
Cloth. You're assuming you always have an internet connection.
So-
Touche, buddy.
Yeah.
Nope, you got me there.
So you got to figure
Direct hit.
the bands from the 50s. So like, was it Buddy Holly, Big Bopper, Richie Valens, Elvis? Those bands had their time. Then you have the 60s, Mamas and the Papas, shit like that. Then you have the Zeppelin, and then you have Sabbath. And then you get into the 80s, and now all of a sudden you got Metallica.
The 70s.
70s, fucking same thing. Black Sabbath, Mountain,
Pink
Led
Floyd.
Zeppelin, Pink Floyd.
Late 70s. Late 70s, you get Van Halen.
But you get my point, right?
78 is when that first Van Halen record came out.
The footsteps have already been planted in the ground. So now you have all these bands that have done monumental
you're
things.
old as fuck. What was it like when Van Halen 1 came out when you were in freshman year of high school?
I wish I was that guy. I
I'm
really
just
do
kidding.
because dude,
you're
like,
not that
I-
old.
like,
you're
I honestly-
barely older than me.
No,
You were
it's
born
fine.
in like 1982.
81. 81. No,
Uh,
I you know what? I take it as a compliment to hear that. And I don't feel insulted by that by any means
I know
because
we
I take
are
pride
like,
in that
we
because
are like old dudes in
because-
mid 30s bodies.
the reason I I'll say okay, like
Both of us.
I got a couple things I'll say in a row here. So
Bang them out. We got time.
I know, right? So, we talk about albums instead of having it digitally, having the physical copy. Opening up Black Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, smelling the vinyl, smelling the paper, the artwork, just all of that shit, dude, and seeing those chicks on the bed with the 666 and that dude being taken over by the demon
No,
chicks.
my
and all
brother
that
hates that movie. He was a fan of Queen before that, and he thinks that movie's trash.
So I mean, like having that moment, Seven Dust, their first CD. You open it up, there they are on stage with Marshall cabs and fucking Ampeg
See, and
810s.
here's
I
what I'm
love
saying.
that.
I literally did not buy any Seven Dust albums until I bought them all in one day.
Yeah.
But for like a year or two, I discovered Seven Dust on the internet, right? Downloaded their entire first album illegally, no artwork, on a shitty CDR, and I loved them so much. I went and seen them when they came to town with Metallica. I was like, I have to see this bill because this is like one of my new favorite bands, and then it's Metallica, right? With Kid Rock in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember any of it because I ended up taking fucking mushrooms.
Good.
But plus I was so far back I couldn't see anything. Like
Yeah.
it was just ridiculous. But regardless, then years later I went and bought all the CDs just because I was like, I want to like actually pay now.
Yeah.
I get it. I stole this music, but like they also got a fan and merch sales and ticket sales. Like they got
See-
all the other good shit. But once I bought the CDs, they just went in the shelf. I never looked at them. I never opened the art. I don't care. Like all I care about is the music. Is your music so fucking catchy? I can't get that shit out of my head to the point where I need to have it in my collection and listen to it either at least once a year, like a Wither the Tide or Avenged Sevenfold Waking the Fallen or Guns N' Roses fucking Appetite for Destruction, or am I currently obsessed with this album and I can't stop listening to it, like the new Protest the Hero Palimpsest album. Like when I decide to listen to music, that's the first thing I hit play on is that album, because it's just that everything about that album right now is just getting me off. Like and same thing with the latest 2 or 3 Coheed records.
Mm-hmm.
Like my problem is not discovering new music. It's getting out of the habit of going to Coheed and protest every time.
But that right there is a true test that band has made an impression on you.
Right.
And that's
Both
why
discovered through the internet.
Yep. And,
Not through buying a CD the old way.
but see, that's the new way of doing it, is going on the internet and finding it. Back in the day, it was different because I had to go to 2020
Right.
Sound to find
That,
any of
to
my
me, this
Metallica
is what I'm
bootlegs
saying.
or any of my.
As much nostalgia as that brings back, it's like arguing that going to Blockbuster was better. Like it's not, dude. The argument was, dude, you're never gonna replace going to Blockbuster and like grabbing the movie and looking at the back of it and reading the description and then arguing with your girlfriend. Are we gonna get 1 movie or 2 movies? And then you got to compromise and get. Here's the thing: all of those interactions literally happen now on your couch. on Netflix. You do the same exact process. You look at the artwork, you watch the trailer. So now you get to watch the trailer for every movie you're debating about, which is better than just reading the back. I think we and our generation is just jaded because we didn't figure out how to adapt, dude, and we got left behind. And I'm trying to be positive about this because I'm saying we can do it. Moby didn't get discovered until he was 40. Like, we're still young enough and talented enough in this town. If we just swallow our fucking pride and start taking a little bit of attention and putting out some real internet content along with this killer music I know we can all fucking do, I think it would not be unrealistic for any of us to make 40 grand a year as a band member, whether that's full-time or part-time. That's up to you. Like, I could probably be happy only making 40 grand a year if I'm making music full time. Some guys are like, I got a family, I need 100 grand. Fine. Yeah. So how many records do we have to sell? How many Patreon subscribers do we need in order to get each band member 100K so we can literally quit our jobs and never deal with that coworker's drama? And then here's the beautiful opportunity I see for you. You've got the Thrash Metal Studio and potentially, if you ever wanted to, resurrect the Mechanic channel. So your career isn't even tied to a band. You have your own brand and your own passive income through these YouTube channels. So if Hex Vortices breaks up tomorrow, your entire ability to remain relevant and stay current and make money in the entertainment industry, it doesn't come screeching to a halt because your identity isn't tied to just Hex Vortices as some anonymous guitar player, because the only way people know about you is if they got the luxury of seeing you on stage. If you monetize your own personality, so you're the guitar player for Hex Vortices, like, you shouldn't do this because you got your own thing going, but like, let's say you're the guitar player for the Ugly Bass Players, right? That's your band name.
They're all ugly.
Okay, so like you should probably be figuring out a way to do something involving guitar online, whether it's a YouTube channel, Instagram posts. Like, there's so many ways to supplement this deal. I think the problem is we put the pressure on ourselves to make it all happen just from writing songs and playing concerts. And that was never really the case. And now that we didn't learn how to stay relevant online, we can't even get people to come to those concerts. And that's where we started this, is the difficulty to get people showing up to shows. That's because we're not connecting with people online. This is just my opinion, but I'm really passionate about this.
Yeah.
Because no matter how many times I think about this, no matter how many arguments or discussions I have about this, like, it just keeps validating this opinion. It's like, I've never heard an argument that completely goes, oh shit, you know what? Everything now doesn't make sense because of this. It's like everything I hear just goes, well, yeah, that just adds into this whole argument that we dropped the ball in our local scene. Like, we didn't learn how to adapt, dude, and it's killing us.
I think
we can fix it.
Well,
because it's not really that hard.
I mean, this is truly how I feel, because I'm a very oh God, what's the word?
Dude, we got a bunch of fucking messages coming in. Let's
awesome. No,
gather your thought. I'm gonna read these while you fucking try to figure out what you're trying to say.
Well, here, I'm a very nostalgic person. I like memories. Like, this CD here reminds me of this, or this guitar reminds me of this song. And so for me, that's why I hold so true to the fact that I think us as, not just as musicians, but us as humans with the technology, have become less willing to go out and search out those new exciting things. It's more accessible to be in a chair, going on the internet, looking it up and doing it that way. When and Cloth, you can back me on this, and any one of us that have watched any show from Europe, we'll just say Europe as a whole, just everything. I would rather go over there, pay my way to get over to Europe, play a show at somewhere in Germany or whatever on a festival, and play in front of 50 people that actually appreciate the music that I'm putting out, rather than sell myself here in the States and be unappreciated and basically drive myself to the ground going nuts trying to obtain this goal that I know is not obtainable because of where we're at now as people in this country, with the lack of attention or the lack of motivation to go to search out new things. It sounds like Spock saying new life forms and new civilizations, but I know what you're saying though. I really feel like the last place where music is truly appreciated is over in Europe, because you look at the way these people act and the way that they fucking love, like Thor, the band that Tom's in. People fucking love them. I never knew who Thor was. I'm from the United States.
You should come to a Coheed and Cambria concert with me one time. I guarantee you'll completely go, oh, okay, this is still happening.
But again, the music that I play.
Next time Coheed comes in town, you're coming with me.
I wouldn't go. I don't like them.
It doesn't matter. You have to see it.
I'm not going.
You have to see it.
But I won't go. Again,
it's not about whether you like them or not. You have to see this, because your entire argument is based on a prejudice because you refuse to go see certain bands you don't like, so you don't see that it's happening. So you go, your entire argument is based on a limited perspective, though.
But
like, you're not even willing to go to a show to see that exactly the claim you just made is false. I'll even pay for the ticket, because I will bring you to American rock shows and metal shows that you refuse to go to, where exactly the thing you're talking about in Europe still happens here. It's just not happening for local bands here.
No, it's happening across the board with metal bands. When The Haunted came over here, The Haunted is a phenomenal fucking band from Gothenburg, Sweden. Phenomenal. Cloth, you know who I'm talking about. And so these guys, multiple albums, right? Fucking thrash all the way. Gothenburg thrash. Just fucking awesome. They come here, there's like 50, 60 people
That's
in the
how
fucking
it's always
audience.
been, dude.
But that's my point, is that the music where it's 4 or 5 guys on stage doing what they're doing in that particular style, the people that claim and hold this flag and claim that they're this and that could give a flying fuck. You know what I mean? Like,
it's
the people that
get
listen
big in Europe, dude. Like, this is known in the music
Oh,
industry.
yeah,
It is
Propane.
well known. Bottom line, big European bands, like, you'll be the biggest band in Europe.
Mhm.
And even your own record label,
Brazil,
even,
same thing. South America.
even your own record label, when you're at the big time up there, they will go, listen, I know you guys think you're big, but you ain't shit until you're popular in America. So until we launch an American tour and you also sell out every fucking venue, tone it down a little bit, because you're not that big. Because bands locally here who can't get 50 people to a local show can go to fucking Japan or Europe or anywhere else and blow up. Like, there's a documentary that I watched about this dude who's literally the highest selling artist in the entire continent of Africa. And it's because he released one album in the 80s that somehow made it over there and got played on one of their radio stations, and it got really popular. And this dude had no idea, went about his life, gave up music, hadn't picked up an instrument or played anything in like 30 years. People start figuring this out, and they want to know who this guy is, if he's still alive. They do a whole documentary. They track this dude down, and he's like a farmer in, like, I don't know, Nebraska or Iowa or some shit. They show him this, and he's like, wow, I had no idea. And they're like, would you ever play a concert? And he's like, sure. And the dude was so fucking talented. This kind of goes back to what we were talking about, because he was an old school, real musician. So in like 6 weeks, he had put together a band and rehearsed and figured out how to play that whole album again, and went and performed a live concert over there. And fucking, there's a video of it, and he crushed. Like, as a musician, I'm like, that's a good fucking band. I don't like the music. It's super cheesy. It's not well written. Like, he's not a good songwriter. But I'm like, they can really fucking play their instruments. This wasn't just a half-ass thing. They were still super legit. But they never did anything. And we see that here locally in Minneapolis as well. So I think the fans have high expectations in America and in Minneapolis. And I think a lot of the bands have either gotten lazy, or, to kind of sum up what Kyle is saying, to tie back to what Cloth brought up, discovering and playing a physical format of music is an organic and eventful way of hearing music. You can attach memories much easier to that than sitting on your laptop jumping down the rabbit hole. Now, I agree with that, but nothing will ever replace seeing a really good band live.
Well, I was going to say that about Seven Dust, as I saw him in '97 at First Avenue. Color and fuck out, dude. I ended up going on the bus and I got all their autographs. It was fucking awesome.
Dope.
But it brought me back to the album when I saw that album cover, or the insert. I saw the inside of that, and it was the fucking same stage setup, dude. It was fucking awesome, and it took me right back to that. So it's having something to identify with, or like Cryptic Writings with Dave Mustaine's autograph on the front. You know, Staine's first album, I remember hearing that, or Dysfunction. You know, I remember hearing that. all my Metallica CDs, I put the fuckers away. Guess what? All ended up on the fucking floor because I'd keep going through CDs, fucking playing along to it. So those albums hold so much to me. So it's like,
and
now
I still agree with this. I just think the ease and the convenience of me being able to keep everything on my phone, there's so much value to that for me as a consumer, and that's what we need to do. We need to like understand that yes, we're musicians and we are the true music fans because we were the ones buying the albums as a kid, but as a music consumer, as the customer, the convenience of never losing or scratching a CD or vinyl ever again because it's just in my subscription feed. I can switch phones and every single song is immediately there. Like as soon as I log in, my entire library is there. And because of the internet, I don't even have to wait till they download. I can just live stream most of them. And if I go on a trip where I'm not going to have the internet, in this tiny little device, I can download 64 gigs or 100, whatever size phone you have, sometimes hundreds of gigs worth of music. And it's this little device. So I think, because I still love the idea of all of those things, but CD players are getting harder and harder to come by. So is what's happening is you're actually going back to vinyl being something that people want to collect. And not just the popularity of buying vinyl records, but you're seeing a big boost in record player sales. So now, like Gwen Wady's band, The Grand Machine, I think is what you need to do if you want to reinvent that kind of nostalgia. If we want to bring that back, that's up to us to make the consumer understand that there's something more in that than online. So you can just download our 8-song LP on iTunes, but if you spend the money and you buy this actual CD, you're going to get 4 bonus tracks, artwork, 2 stickers, a signed picture, and fucking included DVD with behind the scenes and a couple. You gotta give them something more than just your same fucking music with a. Because here's my point: it wasn't the internet that ruined this; it was fucking Korn. Korn quit putting lyrics in their sleeves. You remember this shit?
I never got hooked into Korn. I like them, but I didn't.
There was new metal. New metal stopped putting lyrics in their album sleeves, so they went from having 10-page sleeves with the lyrics for everything, artwork, a center page. The new metal bands came out and they stopped putting lyrics and they went down to like a 2-sleever. And I don't know if that was for cost or they were trying to be cool in the series, because their explanation was, we don't want to tell you what our lyrics are. We want to leave it up to the listener's imagination. Like, that's fucking stupid, dude. Yeah. I want to know what you said. I want to know what you wrote, and then I can interpret what it means. But I don't want to be making up lyrics so I can embarrass myself in front of my friend, because I don't...
And sound like my dad trying to sing some song.
Like, you dick. And they kind of took the value and the appreciation, because now I open up your fucking CD cover and there's nothing to read. So while I'm playing the music, I look at it for 5 seconds. I go, okay, well, put that back in and just set it down. Now I'm just sitting there twiddling my thumbs.
See, that's the difference with Hex. And I'm not saying that we're groundbreaking or anything of the sort, but Tom sent me over the artwork for Precipice. The reason that I'm talking artwork is we now have people coming to us online, email, Facebook, YouTube, whatever, Instagram. They want physical copies. There's people out there that want this physical copy, so we're doing it. And Tom went and knocked the fucking artwork out of the park this weekend with his brother. It looks fucking phenomenal. And guess what? Lyrics are in there. A lyric list, our thank you list, all of that. Because that goes back to the 80s of Anthrax and Megadeth and Testament and Metallica and Slayer and all these bands from the Bay Area that were fucking writing, Bay Area and East Coast that were writing thrash. All this shit was in there, man. Fucking Bonded by Blood.
You know, another question I have is, why are we convinced, and this just hit me now, I haven't thought this through, this isn't a pre-thought out thing, this just hit me now. Why, on a local level, why are we acting as if selling physical albums somehow actually helped us? How many times as a local band did you print 5,000 CDs and you probably still have 4,500 of them in a fucking closet somewhere? Like, we didn't sell those fuckers to begin with. Now as a consumer, all I got to do is get my music in front of you somewhere, somehow. Just get you a fucking little sniff of it. And as long as it's on iTunes, people like me who have a subscription, I don't even have to pay for it directly. I can just listen to it. So again, it's just easier for you to get your music to the potential real fan. Now, the next thing somebody said, Jeremy, and I've heard this a lot, it's also really saturated too. He said music, film, TV shows, etc. There was a filter before on the internet. Therefore, less bands to be shared among the same amount of people. Smell what I'm cooking? Yes. But here's the thing, is they were also limiting the number of fans you could get to. So yes, 93X put a funnel on the amount of bands you had access to, but they also put a funnel on the amount of fans those bands had access to. Now via the internet, YouTube, iTunes, you got all 8 billion people on the planet, not just the 2 million people in the greater Minnesota area back then. Now it's like closer to 8 million people. But so I'm telling you, man, these are all things that we have psyched ourselves out on. I'm telling you, dude, like I'm convinced of this. It's easier to make it now. You just have to. The beauty is the same thing as the curse. The blessing is you don't have to rely on a record label or a radio station to push it for you. That's also the curse. You have to do all that for you. You have to be your own record label, like Cloth said. You have to record your own music now because you're just not going to get signed. Like, you're not going to get discovered and have somebody fucking record a $10,000 or $100,000. It's not happening.
No, those days are gone.
You're recording your own music. But I think if you can learn how to rehearse with your band and then capture that music on record, get your sound on record, you will be able to put together real good live shows over time, honing your craft like a real musician. And then if you're creating like lyric videos, if you're creating even simple music videos, and you're creating an online presence through your Instagram and social media, you can stay relevant, you can build your network, you can do all these crazy things that seem impossible. And my point is, it's still very hard to do, but the music business has never been easy. But it's also not complicated. Like now with the internet, there's kind of a direct roadmap for you to quote unquote make it. Whereas before, we were kind of like lost in the dark without a flashlight, dude. You just kind of like played shows and hoped you got discovered. It was literally like a crapshoot. It was like playing the lottery. Well, I hope I get discovered tonight. You never know who's going to be in the audience. Now you have the ability to cut out all of that need, put your content directly to your fans. And if you want, we used to pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars for CDs and flyers and all that shit. You can still do the CDs and the vinyl, but you can put it as an inclusion into a Patreon subscription where you're getting passive income. So now you got 1,000 Patreon subscribers at $5 a month. You're making $5,000 a month passive income. So when you press that fucking album, this thing, you can actually afford to do that. And anybody who's been in your fucking Patreon for 6 months or more automatically gets a copy of the album. These are people that actually want it. These are people that pay for it, literally up front in advance. They're real fucking fans. And the network will forever keep growing because a record label can't drop you now. Your career is no longer being controlled by a radio station giving you airplay. You're creating your content. You're putting it directly out there. And why I brought up the flyers, how we spent hundreds of dollars to promote one show locally, hoping to get 500 kids out. If you put that same amount of money into advertising, you can get tens of thousands of views on the internet through YouTube and Facebook and Google AdSense, dude. I'm telling you, brother. And as I'm figuring this shit out more and more, this is one of the big points of the podcast. It's like, we can do this. It's not that it's still very difficult, but we can do this. And if we all do it together, we will actually have a scene again that fans will come see. The fans will come back to shows if we start putting out content that's worth paying $7 or $15 to go fucking sit in a club and pay for overpriced drinks.
I agree with that. I totally agree with what you just said. And I do feel and I say this as an individual.
I refuse to accept defeat.
I noticed this. Stubborn son of a bitch.
Not on this argument. I'm saying on our scene. Like, I refuse to believe that rock and roll and live music are dead.
I don't think they're dead.
I refuse to believe that we can't fix this.
No, I just think that there was this false sense of brotherhood that popped up over the last few years, and I think it's a crock of shit. And I think that it's nothing more than a fucking pat on the ass ball tap. You know, it's a praise, but it's a slap in the face because nobody's actually joining together and trying to buddy up to do shows anymore. Nobody's trying to trade shows off. Everything is one-sided because everybody's being selfish and only doing what's going to be for good for them.
You're right.
We're not being a united. We used to be. We totally used to be. And you know what? This is
Blake, who's in the chat now and who I was in a band with after this, used to give me opportunities on shows I didn't deserve to be on because he was fucking cool and he wanted to help people.
Mm-hmm.
We used to get those opportunities like, hey, man, can we open? And they'd be like, sure.
Yeah.
The bill was full. And they would just add you because you asked. Like, that's kind of how I book some of my podcast guests. Like, certain people have been like, hey, dude, can I come on? I'm in this band. I do this. I'm like, yeah, sure, come on. Like, as long as you're not an asshole, and this is probably going to burn me because I'm probably going to think somebody's really cool online, and then they get here and they're fucking awkward.
Asshole.
Or they're like, finally, I have my opportunity to preach my fucking my Nazi rhetoric. Like, I'm going to get burned on this one of these days. So one day, the podcast will probably just get shut down like mid-podcast because I'm like, oh, didn't see this coming. But I think you're right. I also think it's the lack of actual ability to just simply book a good show.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm not going to use the crutch as there's not enough venues anymore. There are still venues, and I just feel like...
But why did the venues shut down? The ones that did shut down? Because people quit going. Why did people quit going? Because your fucking band sucked.
Well, and nobody wants to watch a band anymore. To see your
band, then the bar's not going to make money. The bar's going to shut down. Then we don't have a venue at all. So now nobody has a place to play.
Nobody wants to stick around until 2 a.m. to watch the headlining fucking band. I don't want to. Why? Because I probably have to work the next day or some bullshit. You know, or I have something going on, you know. It used to be different when we were younger. We'd stay out at Star Central and be fucking trashed and go drag ourselves to fucking Flameburger and eat a shitty breakfast.
There's a certain booker in town. I asked him why he quit. He said there's nobody worth booking. That was his answer.
Yep.
There's nobody worth booking.
Look at the Motley Crues and the fucking Poisons and the Metallicas and everybody else that I've talked about while we've been doing this. All those bands had to hustle and bust their fucking ass, drive across country to try to fucking make it. Now, like what you're talking about, now everybody's gambling that the internet is going to be a map of the United States and hope to God that we can somehow hook somebody and get them to like our YouTube page or our Instagram account or whatever, you know?
Well, and here's the other question I have. Like I've made this point before where I say too many people in this country nowadays in our generation they're expecting to be born poor and die rich all in one generation. But our grandparents, when they came here and they were born poor, they were hoping you and I would die rich. It was a different outlook, right? And I think there's too many musicians now that when they do the internet thing, they go, well, I recorded my album and I put it on YouTube, but nobody gives a fuck. There's too much music out there. However, back in the day, the work ethic we had where we would be out till 2 a.m, pounding the pavement, handing out flyers. Like, we're not putting that kind of work in on the internet. We think like somehow you just get to drop a song on the internet and it's either going to go viral or no one's going to listen to it. Like, no, you got to like build that same community we did on the local scene. Because it wasn't just about the CDs and the tangible item and that nostalgia. It's you were out there connecting with people. Mm-hmm. You were talking to people about your band.
Shooting shit.
Yeah. Hey, check out my band. I'm playing here next Friday, blah, 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 blah. And you would invest your physical body and your time. And now we're bitching about a little bit of time and a little bit of money to fucking get shit out. They all sound like reasons for guys to just blame their lack of success on something called the internet because it can't be held accountable. Because they're not being a dick when you blame the internet.
Yeah. No,
I just think it's easier, man. I think it's easier now than ever, not harder. I treat my band as a secret society as far as our business ethics go and everything like that. But we're doing like the Masons.
No, and you know what?
You guys are like the Freemasons. Like when we discuss business, we drink pig's blood and do
right we do dance around a fire
of infant children.
Well, no, but I mean it's solely for me, and this is nobody else's opinion in the band, but this is solely my thing. I want this band to succeed in some way, shape, or form, whether it be the route that you're talking or the way that I'm talking. But our band is busting our ass. We're making the CDs. We're doing the internet content. You know, we do a lot of things that all of a sudden we notice other bands are starting to do after we've done it, which is a compliment to us because we hit a fucking nail on the head. And you know what? I pride myself on that. The other thing too is that because we became a entity of our own in the recording sense, we owe nobody any money. I ate the cost of it, and I find pure satisfaction in it that now I have the ability, and I'm learning every day how to hone that craft and make our next album sound bigger and better than the first. And Will did a phenomenal job on Revival Fires, and it was such a great representation of the music at the time. Fucking sounded awesome. And then all of a sudden, Precipice gets put out.
That's the second album.
That's album, EP, however people are fucking technical about it, but I am so fucking proud of that. Even though there's things on there, little details, there's people in fucking Russia, Brazil, Chile, fucking Germany, all across the fucking world that either put up a fucking download site, put the album up on a download site, or have messaged us directly wanting autographs and shit like that. That's a big fucking deal to me. And that's something that, for me, I want to accomplish with this band. I want to get over to fucking Europe, and I want to play. I want to play South America.
Well, think about after the burial. This is the beauty of the internet. After the burial got flown from Minnesota all the way out to fucking, where was it? Sweden or fucking Norway or some shit like that, to headline a sold-out arena for one night, and then they flew them back home. They didn't even have to bring their own gear. They were already so popular over there that all they had to do was look up their gear and literally just recreate their gear setup. So ATB showed up. It was a full day. You know, you show up at 2 o'clock.
You're talking like later in their career. Like
this was when they went through. Justin was still alive.
Okay.
Justin was still alive.
So Rare Form or whatever.
I don't remember, but I know. Happened. I know this happened.
Come on.
I know this happened. Because I talked to Trent and I asked him, I go, is that really true? Did that really happen? And he goes, yeah, it was one of the craziest things I've ever experienced in my life. They flew him over there, played to a sold-out arena, so you got to think like Target Center, you know what I mean? Maybe more, because that place is kind of small and only holds like 19,000 or 16,000 or something like that.
A lot of tuna in that can.
But point being is that's, again, because of the internet. You know what I mean? Like, they had the ability to market directly to a whole other country through the internet. And then they could just fly over there, do a show, and come home. That's the fucking life. That's the dream, bro. You don't need to grind on the road for 9 weeks playing shit shows, eating Metallica-style ham on fucking hand sandwiches anymore.
I truly believe that After the Burial they are the lead. They are the alpha. They are the ones
in the heavy shit. Yeah,
they are the in the gent style music that didn't have a label back then. They were their own thing. It was a mix between Meshuggah and fucking Pantera, because Trent's fucking Pantera through and through. You know what I mean? But they were the originators, but they were also influenced by these bands that we all grew up with. So everybody else after that is in the wake of their dream. So for them to be able to go overseas and do those shows is fucking huge.
I want to. Kyle brought up a great point. Well, he says I made some good points, but Kyle's making a great point right now, because he goes, if you know how, the internet can have unlimited possibilities as well. The new Alice Cooper and Rob Zombie albums have topped the charts, and they had great promotion for them. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Wait, how does it work again?
Is that the horn shake?
The rock claw, or whatever the hell it is.
The horn shake?
Yeah. Wait, here, we can.
Yeah, the old Revelance hot. Yeah, that's that one. Oh wait, no, you really got to get ballsy with it.
Oh yeah. Your hands are sweaty. Do you lick them?
No, but I keep my hands closed a lot. I do. I keep them closed and they sweat. Like, it's just, if I keep them open, they're fine.
You know,
but
that's
they're self-lubricating.
Thank you. No, I like the fact that we're talking so passionately about it, because we do have two different outlooks. I think we agree.
Well, and I'm trying to be positive and constructive with it.
Why can't I be fucking negative?
This is why we fucked up. I'm willing to complain, because here's my point, is like, a lot of people bitch, and that's fine, but let's acknowledge where we all went wrong, and let's, lament and all that shit, but let's talk about how we can fix it, because bitching and complaining doesn't do anything for anyone.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason I started this podcast, because when a lot of people start a YouTube channel like you did, or a podcast like I have, we ask ourselves, what do we want to do? So do I want to do a Bill Burr style thing where it's just me Okay, that's cool because you can still promote your own shit, build a community and do that. Or do you want to go like what I call the Rogan style, where it's we don't do it solo ever. We always have a guest because I think this is the best way I can help build our community and shine a spotlight. So if you guys are taking your music seriously and you're doing hard work and you want to like get people to your shows again, if I get my podcast to a big enough fan base, someday you're going to play live and people are going to be like, yeah, we discovered you on the Jared Singer podcast and we wanted to come see you live. And someday, like in the comedy world, a lot of guys, when it was first happening, they'd be like, I don't want to do the podcast thing. And guys would pull them aside and they go, listen, I had a hard time selling out clubs. And then once my podcast was established, now I'm selling out theaters regularly. Like it literally helped me get people into my product. And if you can do that, now you have people who will buy CDs and vinyl and t-shirts, and they will want to do those things, especially if we can figure out to do what ATB did and market to kids. Same thing with Screaming Monkey Boner. They played all ages shows.
Yeah.
That's when you need to fucking get the kids. Because if you get a 14-year-old to fall in love with your band, you got a fan for life. If you're trying to market to people your age,
oh, I'm doomed. We as a band are doomed because thrash music in and of itself. I mean, there's Warbringer, there's Skeleton Witch, there's Power Trip. Well, not really anymore. But
Klaus says the fix is ditch the Don, get a board with a tape machine.
Listen here,
all right, old man,
500 patch bay interface guy. He busts my balls all the time. That's hilarious. Klaus cool. Klaus is one of my dedicated subs on my channel.
I'm not against this idea of recording to tape and doing all that.
But, it's the cost.
But I think you guys are onto something. I think there's some real wisdom to be understood in what Cloth is arguing, that the complete reliance on digital technology, like when we grew up, the old school cats talked about in their interviews, well, we did 45 takes of this song. Like they recorded the whole thing in one take, the whole band, like in one room, each instrument mic'd up. Because when we were coming up and we were children, the old guys were the ones recording music in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, where they didn't do multi-track individual recordings. That shit came out way later where that became the norm, right? And some people argued, and this is the other thing, is this all cyclical? Because I heard people say the same thing about CDs. Oh, it's not the same. There's nothing better than the vinyl. And everyone's like, fuck you, old man.
It's
the
a
CD's
generation
better.
thing.
And then same thing. I actually heard old school pros argue that multi-track recording ruined music, because if your whole band can't make it through the song from front to back, then you don't deserve to record a record.
Yep.
So we're being the old guys right now.
Totally. It's a different generation. That's the thing. And that's why I appreciate the fact that we're so diehard on how we feel about it. You know, that's what drives us. That's the fuel that pushes us, that motivates us. That's the big thing, is having that passion.
And I love how on your channel, you do the same thing that we do here on my channel, but it's like a Bill Burr version. It's just you in the comments section. So it's just you riffing on this shit. And I love what you're doing. I think it's super cool.
Appreciate that.
I do, man. I think it's cool. I mean, all of us have bands. That's awesome. But I'm telling you, there's something. I'm way more interested to come see Hex Vortices play now after getting to know you better through this podcast and through your channel.
I'm not an asshole.
That's the point, though, is like we used to make the argument, well, that band, I lost interest because, you know, every 3 years they had a new guitar player.
Yeah.
And I really liked the first guitar player. And so the old entertainment industry used to be like, you know, losing members can ruin your band, not just because it changes your sound, but like people identify with certain band members. So not everybody's a fan of James Hetfield. Some people are a fan of Lars Ulrich. Some people are a fan of Kirk Hammett. Some people became a Metallica fan because they're a fan of Rob Trujillo. My point is like, you have the ability to do that for yourselves now online with your own little thing. So if you're a musician, if you're a comedian, if you're some sort of artist, like we have to start doing this. And the sad thing is you can actually just make more money on your online version than you do on your actual product or content.
Yeah.
You know, guys make $10,000 tables online doing woodworking shit, and they sell them for 10 grand because it's a handmade wooden table. but they made 30 grand on the YouTube video that now has 15
Which is
million
crazy.
views.
The thing,
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, that's not a bad thing. Who would make the argument that he should make more on that table? No, he's already making 10 grand on the table. That's already an absurdly expensive handmade table. No one is saying it's bad that he also made 30 grand by making a YouTube video, and he's got 15 million views on it. And in fact, he said the reason he's able to fucking sell these tables for so much is because he has a fucking brand now that he built through YouTube. So he started off with 500 subscribers making shitty little stuff. Here's my woodworking thing. And then somebody was like, dude, I like your stuff. I want to buy one. What would it cost? I don't know, $200. Okay. And then slowly he got better. His channel got better. His price tags got higher. And he's making more off his YouTube videos than he is off the actual thing.
Can you hold that thought?
Yeah. Go.
I need to go that way. Oh, man.
Throw some more questions in the chat, guys. So for these breaks, is what I learned a while back is a lot of you guys tune in for the first time and you don't know what I'm working on. You guys think I talk out of my ass, because you guys check us out because you know the guest, right? And you're like, who's this Jared guy? I don't fucking know who he is. I never heard his music before. Well, fine. I finally got off my ass and I started making music again. And here is a demo of, this is what I would refer to as a pre-production demo of one of the songs that I'm working on in my new project. I hope you guys enjoy it. And throw your questions in the chat so when Andrew gets back, we have a nice, easy segue to get back into our conversation.
The revolution without dancing is a revolution not worth having.
There we go. There we go. Now
Hi.
we're back. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Oh my God, Adam, I love you, dude, but you have to stop calling me Mr. Jared.
Hey, Mr. Jared.
Dude, that's like what the telemarketers do. They call you Mr. and then by your first name. It's
Yes,
a
hi. Can I
huge
speak to
pet peeve of
Mr.
mine.
Jared?
Dude, I hate it. I hate it, dude. Call me brother, bro, dog, anything. Like, dude, this isn't a corporation, bro. We're friends. We're equals. Mr. Jared, Mr. Andrew, why do people shit on new metal and metalcore? I understand because of Limp Bizkit, but there are other bands better than Limp Bizkit in that genre. I think because they now, after they've been done and regurgitated so much, I think they seem like gimmicks now, and the integrity of the songwriting has been diminished because of the gimmicks, like the Limp Bizkits. So when you think of the biggest band from any genre, like let's take classic rock, record sales, you'd probably say Led Zeppelin, right? Artistically and creatively, there was no gimmick. Creatively. Yeah, I know. There was no gimmick. There was no bit. It was genuinely great artistic expression, right? You go into the 80s. Who's the biggest band in the 80s? You'd make a number of arguments. Maybe Metallica, maybe Van Halen. Doesn't matter. Whoever you think of at the top of that, they're going to have real artistic integrity. Mm-hmm. It was weird when you started getting into, and this might be what Cloth is on, when digital recordings started coming out. You started getting into grunge. Then there was the alternative run. Then there was ska, then nu metal, and then metalcore. And when you start thinking of the biggest bands from those genres, the closer and closer you get to the present, the more and more it seems like a gimmick. When you start thinking of the epitome, so like when you think of nu metal, the epitome of nu metal is Limp Bizkit, and that's such a gimmick that looking back at it, you cringe and you go, "Oh, that really." And that's the other thing, is that the music's also not timeless. So you listen to Michael Jackson, Thriller, you listen to Metallica, Master of Puppets, you listen to any Led Zeppelin or any Van Halen, and it feels like it's such great music and it's such great songwriting that honestly, it sounds like it could have been recorded today.
Yeah.
And they just made it sound retro. That's how good it is. It's timeless. When you get into metalcore and you get into nu metal, I think the reason people shit on it is because it's not timeless. And as you grow up and look back, you go, wow, that shit wasn't that good. Like, ooh, that, I'm kind of cringing, and I'm a little embarrassed that I was a fan of that. Not all of us were into it, and not all of us are embarrassed that we were into it. But I think that's why people shit on those two genres a lot. What would you say? Why do you think they're so shit on?
When you were talking there, I was thinking about,
without just agreeing with me.
Oh no, don't worry. No, I was thinking about like bands like Wolfmother and Airborne. They're regurgitated classic rock. What was the other one?
I loved Wolfmother.
Well, and that's the thing, is that there's the other band that sounds like Zeppelin.
You're talking about Greta Van Fleet.
Yes.
And then there was the Darkness. Remember the Dark?
Yeah.
You believe in a thing called love.
And I really, really like Greta Van Fleet. I think they're fucking awesome.
Some people hate them.
Oh, yeah, totally. And even Robert Plant was like, yeah, they copied Aerosmith.
We did that in the 70s.
Yeah, so, and for me, it was actually refreshing to hear that. But bands like Limp Bizkit, I remember hearing them and going, oh, what the hell is this, And then I had Family Values 98, VHS. Yes, VHS. If you don't know what that is, it's a cassette, bigger than a regular cassette. Goes into a VHS player. Anyway. But, I had that era where I was into that. Stained was one of them, and it doesn't, there really isn't anything that really brings me back to that. It's fun once in a while.
Like there's a couple songs.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. They didn't write hit after hit after hit.
Like out of the nu metal, I think there's two bands that escaped that genre with actual artistic integrity.
Ooh.
Seven Dust and Slipknot. In my opinion, just my personal music taste opinion, every other nu metal band, I'm like, ugh, nah, pass. Like it's.
I wouldn't even put those guys as.
I think Seven Dust is great.
Dust. I
think Slipknot really did something great with that Rick Rubin album.
Yeah,
but that's a divisive album too, man.
What about System of a Down?
Ooh, good call. See,
I
I forget about them. I forget about them because I don't even consider. I don't even really consider System of a Down metal. Like I consider them metal inspired. But if you're gonna say, if someone were to argue that System of a Down is metal, then I say I could provide an equal argument that they're punk rock, right? So like I think they're outside of specifically System of a Down. I think they're
the first album.
I would call them a progressive hard rock band. I would not call them metal or new metal or punk. I would not get any more specific than a progressive hard rock band, especially when you look at their library. Like you could break down each album and go, this is in this genre, this is in this genre.
Yeah.
I don't like doing that shit. I try to figure out like what is that band doing and who are they as a whole. So Metallica is both a metal band and a rock band, depending on which chapter you're looking at.
Yep.
Right now they're a rock band. They were a metal band and now they're a rock band.
I wish they would stop.
Just all together.
You know what? I watched that battery performance on that Steven asshole fucking guy online. I can't stand him. But
every band I listed that is timeless, they all recorded analog. You're true. That's true.
Cloth.
That is true.
But watching that performance of
the
Metallica,
gimmick is the DAW. Dude, Cloth will not let go of this.
He's on it, dude. He is on it.
Dude, I just want you to know, Cloth, the horse is dead, bro. You can stop beating the shit out of it.
Oh, no, it's going to be pulverized. All right, but yeah, watching that battery performance, it was under tempo. It was tight, but it was under tempo, and it just sounded like they were forcing themselves to play it.
Yeah.
And I wish bands would bow out when it's their time.
Gotcha.
Just
hang it up.
Yeah.
Go out on the top like you don't want to see a football player past his prime.
I won't go to a Pantera show without the original members. Well, let me rephrase that. I won't go to a Pantera show with the members that are known to be the members of Pantera. Time length wise. You know what I mean? Like if there was another singer before, I'm not counting him. I'm counting Phil, Dime, Vinny, Rex. That's Pantera.
Guns N' Roses would be a great example to bring up there.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to see Guns N' Roses with fucking Buckethead on guitar.
No, because it takes away from the experience. I mean, Van Halen, I was salty that they didn't get Michael Anthony back because Michael Anthony is one of my big influences on bass. Mm-hmm. So I was salty about it.
He's also one of the best backing vocalists of all time.
And exactly. But Wolf did a phenomenal knockout
Did you go
job.
see him in 2012 when they were at the Myth?
All right,
I was at that show.
I
took my mom to that show.
Here's my quick little story about Van Halen. I kicked.
Did you go to that show? Yes or no?
I'm going to give you my story on it. No, this is huge for me because my mom and I would go to concerts together. Like I bought tickets for, I think it was Quiet Riot, Slaughter, Ted Nugent, and somebody else was on the bill. And my mom took me there. She got me a beer. She had her wine cooler. My mom and I hung out. It was awesome. She found $80 on the ground on the side of the van. We parked across from the gay 90s. All right. There was $80 and a set of car keys on that ground. And there were handprints up against the window of the Voyager.
So somebody got
freaky deaky.
Somebody dropped their hooker money.
So we split the 80 and put the keys on the top of the vehicle next to us and boogied out, you know. But my mom actually bought me my ticket to go see Van Halen in 2007. She shelled out the money.
That was before David Lee Roth came back.
Yep. No, Roth was in it. Roth was in it.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
The first time
I was there.
The first time they did a real reunion was in 2012.
Nope. It was
really?
It was 2007.
If you'll throw down, I'll just defer to you because I'm not 100% confident in the statement I just made. I'm not. I'm only like 60% confident that 2012 was the first time Roth.
Yep, it was 2007.
Reunited.
2007 because they did their 2004.
We don't need to look it up. You guys can also just correct us in the comments. Like you can look it up and tell us if it was 2007 or 2012. You're our producer, so Jamie's pull that up.
All right,
you're my Jamies. Oh my God, that's the name of the fans.
What?
The fans of the podcast are Jamies. You're all my Jamie. So you're all of my fans in the comments and chat section of every single podcast. You're all the Jamie to my Joe Rogan. So that's like when you become a fan of the podcast, you're a Jamie. Because I'll
and if they're bitching about shit, then there's Jamie's crying.
Oh shit. Bro, this just happened.
That is so dumb.
Jamie's, pull that up.
Well,
When did David Lee Roth do his first real reunion tour with Van Halen? Was it 2007 or 2012? Jamie's, pull that up. Okay, Jeremy Blake just pulled it up. 2007.
Target Center.
Good for you, man.
Thank you.
Good for you.
I'll be here. I'll be here till 9.
Thank you.
So but yeah, no, my mom hooked me up with a ticket for the show. I went there, bumped into, which is now my ex-brother-in-law's brother and cousin, whatever. We got trashed.
It's your brother cousin?
It's my brother's. No, my. Yeah, it was at the time. It was kind of a family member and his cousin. I bumped into him. They snuck down with me and sat next to me. Nobody ever showed up for those seats. Here they come busting out a bottle of vodka and another bottle of vodka, and we got fucking tore up. Dude, Van Halen come out playing "I'm the One," and I like freaked out like a little schoolgirl, like, "Oh my god!" It was fucking awesome. You know, it was just one of those things. But I don't remember why we started talking about Van Halen. Why? You remember?
No, but I can backtrack. So you brought up we were a little pissed that they didn't bring back Michael Anthony.
Oh yes. I still don't remember what we were talking.
Well, because you said, and Wolfgang did a good job. Because we were talking about
it's gone.
Van Halen got brought up because they were one of those bands where every band we listed was recording on analog before the DAWs.
Yeah.
And we brought up when Van Halen came back because they were big in the 70s and the 80s. And I brought my mom to that concert.
We were talking about the bands that I might as well smoke a shit ton of pot because, man, I can't remember shit.
I mean, dude, I smoke a fair amount of pot, and my memory seems to be just as good as yours.
Fried.
So would it be harmless, or would it just make it worse? Let's find out.
I'll just stand in the corner and stare at the furnace. But I don't know. The time. Okay, it was the new metal and metalcore and all that, and I think those bands just had an impression because they were the originators of the style.
Oh, that's where we started with
the
this.
Originators
why
of the
do
style.
People shit on those bands of the new metal? That's where
and it
started.
Was its own thing.
Yeah,
though.
we were coming out of that though.
I'm
just trying
grunge,
to bridge it. Yeah,
because I mean, you had thrash metal, and then death metal started becoming a thing. In the 80s and 90s.
But I shit on grunge, and a lot of people shit on grunge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I can tell you specifically, this isn't directly related to Adam's question, but because he was asking why we shit on those two genres. And I asked you if I explained my long rant why I think people shit on those genres. That's what you were leading up to, but I'll feed you grunge because this might spawn you on what you were thinking. I shit on grunge because of the poor musicianship of Nirvana and Kurt Cobain outside of Dave Grohl. Like when I listen to Kurt Cobain sing and play guitar, I am not impressed. I am not inspired. I don't like it. I don't want to listen to it. And the fact that it got popular, quite frankly, I am shocked. I'm not saying you're an idiot and you have poor taste if you like it. I'm saying if I were an A&R exec, that is one of the few big bands that I still don't get and I am definitely admitting I would have passed on them. Like a lot of other A&R execs.
Mm-hmm.
But any other big band, I'm usually like, no, I get that. I would like to think if I was an AR exec that when that band comes through, I would identify them. Nope, this is a band we should sign. So now when I look at grunge, I think the only bands I respect musically that came out of that era aren't necessarily the biggest, most popular bands from that era, and that's Pearl Jam and Soundgarden. I think they were great. I think the singers, down to every band member, were top-notch level musicians in both those bands. But that's not the biggest band from that genre.
Mm-hmm.
But I still shit on grunge as a whole. So to bring it back to the new metal thing and the metalcore thing, I think a lot of times when people think of the biggest bands from those genres, it seems so gimmicky. And that's why people shit on those genres, because it started to become a formula. Like with metalcore, it's literally riff jabs, breakdown, Just make that. Scream in your verse, sing in your. There's an easy formula for metalcore, and it's not a difficult genre of music to write or perform. And I think that's why people shit on that genre. Same thing with nu metal. Like once it becomes formulaic, we do it with mumble rap right now. I make fun of mumble rap in most modern day hip hop because I joke that hip hop is dead, and I think any genre of music is dead once it becomes so popular that 1,000 bands start doing it. Like as soon as classic rock got super popular, the 80s showed up. You know what I mean?
Well,
like music turned on a dime.
And you just answered your question there as far as with grunge and everything, because when grunge came around, look at how much money did Metallica spend on the Black Album? How much money do you think Nirvana spent on theirs? And that fucking album blew up. Why? Because it was in-your-face, honest, here you go.
I still think the Black Album sold more records.
Oh, it totally did, but
Jamie's, look that up. What sold more records? The Nirvana Nevermind record, because that's the one you're talking about. Or there was one before that, but the Nirvana Nevermind,
the one that put them on the map,
versus Metallica Black Album, worldwide, history to date. Oh, you know what, Adam? Dude, you're right. Don't call me Sir Jared either. Jesus Christ, dude. Dude is better. You're right, though. Alice in Chains. I always forget about that because I also don't consider Alice in Chains a grunge band. They're thrown in there because they're from Seattle. But, dude, Alice in Chains, there is nothing grunge about them. They're a progressive rock band.
I would differ on that.
They're
because I do think that
my attitude is they're a 90s heroin version of Pink Floyd. Instead of being influenced by acid and fucking hallucinogens like that and being that type of progressive, being from the 70s, they were on heroin and they were in the Seattle grunge movement. When I listen to Alice in Chains, I don't hear grunge. I don't hear the Seattle sound.
The first album, well,
maybe you're right.
Yeah, Facelift and what was the one had Rotten Apples on it? Yeah, dude. I mean, they're definitely a grunge. They started out as grunge. I wanted to jump in here and PV6505.
Klopp just won't let it go. Both recorded on analog, he said.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to jump in here, Adam, and say that actually the Mesa Boogie Mark III amplifier, which would be the no stripe black stripe, is God to the EVH or 5150 or the Mesa Boogie Mark III.
What is grunge? Jeremy just made a good point. The heroin and the chin beard made them grunge. Okay, this is a great point. What is grunge? Because to me, grunge is, yes, definitely heroin. However, the guys had to wear flannels. They had to wear full long sleeve flannels, right? Baggy ripped up jeans, because they were going the opposite direction of the glam metal. So they were baggy, ripped up jeans instead of skinny spandex or leather or clean black jeans like the Metallica Black Album look, where it was all black, really clean and tight.
None more black.
None more black. And then the sound of grunge would be shittily played guitars. And honestly, like to me, the epitome of grunge to me is Nirvana, and all the bands that tried to do that forever in that genre. That's why, like, I barely think of Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam, or Soundgarden as grunge, because like I feel like they were really good musicians and songwriters, and I just don't get the Nirvana thing, man. I just don't get it. I'm not telling you that you're an idiot and you have bad taste if you like Nirvana. I just don't get it. Like, I don't understand how they made it. Dave Grohl's a prolific musician, and maybe that's it. Maybe he's so fucking good that everybody in the industry was like, yep, we need to work with these guys.
I think, there's one album that, what the hell is it? I can't, it's got White Limo on it.
Hold on. I know exactly what
You're going to make me forget what the fuck I'm thinking here.
Say it again then, so I can help you.
So the one album that really stuck out for me was the Wasting Light, I think it's called, or something like that, because it was at a perfect time in my life when I needed to listen.
Who are we talking about?
Foo Fighters. But honestly, the rest of it.
Oh, we're talking about Dave Grohl.
Yeah, Dave Grohl is great and everything, but I feel like the Foo Fighters have written the same album over and over and over again. Like they're just changing a couple chords or maybe a strumming pattern.
AC/DC admitted they did that. They just kept trying to write the same song over and over again for 30 years.
Yep. But again, that's why they're, what's the closing time. You know what I mean?
Oh my God!
When you come around,
you know that song's about, dude. Closing time. Did you know that song's about childbirth, not about picking a girl up at the end of the night?
Really?
Swear to God.
Ooh. All right. So the movie Interstellar. All right, you guys, grab your bongs and start fucking chiefing up here. All right. So the movie Interstellar. I have yet to see it. I've watched so many snippets on YouTube.
I've seen it many times.
Yes, dude. It's a great. From what I can see, it's a great movie.
Yes.
It's got a great story behind it. Someone said, and I watched this like 15-minute video talking about that movie is about the ending of film, meaning using tape film and going digital.
Unless Christopher Nolan himself said that, I'm not buying it.
You'll have to see the video about it and watch it.
The closing time thing, I can say I know that for a fact because I heard the singer say that in an interview. That's the only reason.
I'm just saying as an interpretation, this individual is, and the way that some of the scenes were filmed on, or that whether it be film or digital, there were scenes in that movie where different devices were used to capture different things.
That's mind blowing. I mean, I'll believe it, but it's hard to believe because
it's science.
Math. It's one of those things that's hard to believe though, because it seems so clear and obvious what the movie's about.
Absolutely.
But if you watch Lord of the Rings and I told you, oh yeah, that movie's about the Nazis, you'd be like, fuck off. And then I'm like, no, here's proof. Here's J.R.R. Tolkien saying the whole thing's a metaphor for the Nazis. And then you look at it again, you'd go, oh, okay, that makes sense. So that's my only point is like, you're probably right. But until I hear Christopher Nolan be like, yeah, that's exactly the metaphor that I was telling.
But see, that's the thing is you're looking for a verification from the creator of the story and not the interpretation.
You know, another great version of this is High Speed Dirt by Megadeth. Are you a Megadeth fan?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, bud, you sure fucking bet I am, bud. I'm a big old Megadeth fan. Yeah, I love him a whole bunch. Dave Mustaine, real good guitar player.
Why don't we go ahead and spin me some Symphony of Destruction today?
Oh, let's fucking, I'll tell you what, we'll crank up High Speed Dirt and we'll crack a couple beers and we'll fucking do some jamming, bud. To me, that song is clearly about a guy who jumped off a building. Like, the entire... To me, it's so fucking clear and obvious. If you listen to the lyrics, the pacing, the way everything is done, the entire thing is about him jumping off a building.
Yeah, the end of it.
Yeah, and the thoughts that led him to it and the process of while he's falling. I told that to a friend, and he read the lyrics, and he goes, no, this is about overdosing on drugs. I reread those lyrics, and I go, oh, that could also
interpretation.
But my point is neither one of us are going to know what it's really about until Dave Mustaine goes on a podcast.
But see, that's
including his own, and says, this is what I wrote High Speed Dirt about. It doesn't, and this goes back to the nu metal thing, not putting lyrics in their fucking sleeves.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I want to know what you meant. It doesn't really matter if I read your lyrics and I find inspiration in it because I have a drug problem. Or maybe I'm just depressed and I'm suicidal. It doesn't really matter what I think was the purpose. As long as I can actually read the lyrics and know what was written, then I should be able to do my own artistic inspiration and interpretation. But if you don't even put the fucking lyrics in the thing, I don't even know, especially in Korn when they were scatting.
Yeah. Hi.
Okay, so Cloth says, see, this is the fear is when I don't say Jamie's looked that up. My fear is that you guys are just putting fucking shit in the comments. I hate Smashing Pumpkins, by the way. I think they're a terrible band.
I love them.
I think they're one of the worst bands on the. I can't stand Billy Corgan.
Love them.
I can't stand his voice. I can't stand the Smashing. They had one song that's cool, and it's the Bullet with Butterfly Wings. Everything else to me is literally it drains the energy from me to listen to it.
Cool story. The guitar that
hold on. Klaus says High Speed Dirt is about skydiving. Go ahead.
All right. So Billy Corgan's Strat that he had.
Cloth, if he lives by you got to get him on the podcast.
Absolutely.
You got to get him on my podcast.
You're going to get him on the podcast. So Billy Corgan's Strat that he had on the album Gish. All right. It was just this fucking yellow looking hideous Strat. Everybody had one. Fucking Yingwei and so on. He painted it. Daubed the fucking paintbrushes on. He made it his guitar. They had a one-off show. They brought a friend with as a roadie. The guy was unloading gear in the back of the stage after their show. Somebody swiped the fucking guitar.
No way.
Fast forward. Somebody's, he gets emails all the time about this guitar. Oh, yeah, I think I might know where it's at. It might be here, it might be there. All of a sudden, he gets one that he finally looks into, and it's no shit, the fucking guitar.
Wow.
He plugged that thing into his rig. He hadn't played it yet into the rig. They had the camera going. As soon as he started playing it, it was exactly the fucking sound of Smashing Pumpkins. That tone rolled back almost on the neck pickup. It just screamed that era of that band. And it's like Peter Frampton and getting his Les Paul, his Black Beauty back. Fucking plane crash. Some asshole steals it, and then some musician's playing it for like 15, 20 years, and then all of a sudden sees that Peter Frampton played a chart up Black Beauty.
Wow.
Gets his guitar back. Rob Flynn got his Dimebag Darrell guitar back that he recorded the solo for Aesthetics of Hate on.
Wow.
I see this shit all the time. I geek out about this.
No, this is awesome.
I love it. It's awesome.
This is like small world shit. Because we've all had gear stolen and that never happens.
Well, Kyle knows he had gear stolen. Guess what? We got that shit back.
No way.
Fucking amazing. Judge Wapner was on it, man. He book him, Dano. That kid's an asshole.
Yeah, Jeremy says grunge was really just a stripped-down reimagining of stripped-down 70s rock. This is what I was going to say is I actually remember this from studying actual like music theory and history. Actually, grunge comes directly from punk rock.
Yeah, I believe that. Totally. Well, and
because punk rock is literally the origins of... When I say these things, I'm talking about the origins, and I forget his full name, but Mike backed me up on this when I was talking about real hardcore, and I mentioned a bunch of bands, and I was like, but this isn't even real hardcore. Like, I'm saying real hardcore because I'm talking about the height of hardcore, but if you want to go back to the roots, you got to go back to, and it was Madball. I couldn't remember the fucking name, but Madball is like real, original, old school fucking hardcore. Now, is what I'm talking about. So if you do like the Madball thing and you go to the origins of actual punk rock, they literally didn't know how to play their instruments, and that wasn't the fucking point. It was about being loud, and the only point to punk rock in its true original form was they had a fucking message. They had something to say. And hardcore was like birthed out of punk rock, but they did know how to play their instruments, and they were actually good at their instruments, and they had something to say. And then by the time I got into real hardcore, the height of it, hardcore became less and less about having something to say and being more about defining the style of what the music sounds like. That's sort of the same thing that happened with grunge, where it came out of punk rock, so it was less important to be an elite level instrument player. It was more important that you had a message to say, and I think more in Kurt Cobain's situation, I think it was more important that you were a great lyricist and storyteller, because he wasn't really like it. Grunge seems like it lost from punk rock. It wasn't about politics and speaking out against fascism or society or any of those kind of things. And it certainly wasn't about being straight edge or clean.
No.
It was more about like being a storyteller, and it was like almost more about being an artistic, shitty musician. Like, I'm a great artist, even though I'm not a great guitar player. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
This is just my perception on what grunge was. Because I've never even asked this question or thought about this. Like, what is grunge? Because I can tell you where it came from. It came from punk rock. And it came from these philosophies. But I'm kind of thinking this out with you.
Look at the Ramones. Fucking, I think it was the guitar player that didn't even know how to fucking play guitar. Here you go, you're playing guitar. Done.
Was it Sid Vicious or was it the other dude?
What, Iggy?
One of them from oh my god, who's the legendary punk band?
Apparently they weren't that good.
Sex Pistols.
Oh yeah, them guys.
With Sid Vicious and what's his name? The other guy.
Johnny Rotten.
One of them didn't know how to play their instrument.
Probably Sid.
All the way through the end. Like, never actually learned how to play his instrument.
Bass player.
I think it was.
We keep coming back to bass player.
They fucking, they're the worst.
That's why I play guitar in this band.
That's why we make fun of it. It was what we shouldn't be talking about is why we shit on new metal or metalcore or grunge or anything.
Well,
we should be talking about why do bass players always get shit on, and why are they always the shittiest musician in the band? Unless it's Jake fucking Muley, and then he runs circles around all of you on all of your instruments.
So I was going to say about metalcore. So the interpretation that everybody has of metalcore, I think a lot of people think of Unearth, you know, that shit like that, where they all of a sudden start doing the
riff jabs.
Yeah, you know,
Dying Euphoria. I'm gonna just use this band because Jeremy wrote one of the catchiest riff jab riffs that I can think of in my head. Period. But it epitomizes metalcore, and it's the intro to one of our songs that's okay. That is what Dalton and I call a riff jab riff. Okay, you're anything, any version of that. Kill Switch Engage is filled with them. As I Lay Dying, it's all riff jabs.
Yeah,
right, and then some chords in the chorus and shit. That's what we call riff jabs. So I think that's kind of what you're talking about.
Here's the best part: is that
Dalton and I call that riff jabbing.
Those type of bands on Earth and As I Lay Dying, shit like that. Was it All That Remains? Same thing. When I heard the beginning of what the hell is it? There's a Sepultura song on KSAD. Fucking there it is. There's the minor. Machine Head. That was it in 1997.
Well, and that was what's weird too. Is
97.
while new metal was happening, you also had industrial metal that was happening, which was birthed by Nine Inch Nails throughout all of the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
But it became its own genre where there was, because you had Nine Inch Nails and Prodigy. Those were basically your two industrial bands in the 90s. Because I remember Head Like a Hole being one of the biggest songs, right along with 94. Any Metallica song, any fucking Nirvana song, no doubt. Like, I remember all of that shit was still being played by 98. Those were all still hit songs. Oh, yeah. But the industrial genre blew up right along with new metal. You had Orgy. You had
fucking hate Orgy.
But you had big bands on 93X going step for step in fucking everything with new metal. And a lot of people didn't like industrial and don't respect that. And I think new metal also kind of got lumped in because they kind of bred the thing. And honestly, man, the DJ thing, I think, put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths when it comes to new metal.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it was something different. It was something different to add to the style.
Says the DAW is the gimmick, and all these bands suck because they're all digitally recording.
Wow. What else is going on there?
He just won't let it go.
No, as far as the metalcore and shit, I mean, that element of like the minors on the higher strings, that started in 94. For me, I remember hearing it in 94, and I remember hearing it in 97. And then local bands like Devil Inside, which you guys should check them out. Devil Inside is one word, or Martyr AD. Those guys took and ran with it. They were the minor champions, and so was After the Burial. They did it too. You know, so there was like these three bands that I knew of locally that were doing that style. Section Hate kind of started doing that a little bit, you know, and it was
Dead to Fall ended up doing some good shit.
And by the way, to the Burning End that Eric and I were in a band, and his brother Ryan were in a band together with. You know, we did that too. You probably never heard of us, but it's just one of them things where it's a style thing. And I think I remember when Lamb of God, Shadows Fall, Kill Switch Engage, and there was another one that those four bands never left my CD player when I was in Rivkit. Mm-hmm. They were like the four bands that I was totally like
You're
Holy
talking
shit.
metalcore bands?
In 90
So-
or in 2000.
You said Killswitch. You said Shadows Fall.
Yep.
All That Remains.
Yeah. No. I only liked the first All That Remains, and even then I quit listening to it.
Really?
Because it was whiny. It was whiny metal.
Oh,
to me.
really?
As I don't like,
Honestly,
I'm
man,
not
I think All That Remains has the best pure, true, bona fide guitar solos in all of metalcore. Like Shadows Fall's dope, Killswitch Engage,
I like
dope. All of them are dope at their guitar playing and their lead guitar playing. But when we talk about like what I would consider to be a great solo, All That Remains consistently did it every album, dude. Like true classic 80s or all the way through Megadeth 90s and Metallica 90s, like great like memorable solos. Like I can hear entire All That Remains harmonized.
But you're also a
leads
fan of the band,
in
though,
my
too,
head.
right?
Yeah, true.
So I mean, there's that. It's the no different than like the being paid for this
It's
item.
almost like not being a closed-minded fuck allows me to have more experiences and appreciation. You know,
or it's just bad taste in music.
or maybe you should come to a Coheed and Cambria
Won't happen.
concert with me.
No, it's
You're afraid you're gonna like them. That's what it is,
no. I've heard them before and everything, and it's nothing that ever sat with me,
dude.
It just doesn't. It's one of those genres where
ATR, shittiest drum sound ever. Who's AT? Oh, All That Remains. I don't know if I'd say shittiest drum sound ever. I think Lars Ulrich on Saint Anger definitely has him beat there.
I would still listen to that album over Coheed and fucking. Aren't they like an AC refrigerant company? Cambria.
You're so high, dude. You don't even
I'm just
smoke,
riding it now. Now I'm giving you shit.
You don't even smoke pot.
You don't
and
even
you're fucking high.
You don't even
dude.
know,
dude.
You're like.
Honestly, here's the thing: is whether you like
Yes,
it
sir.
or not, I guarantee you, if you somehow saw a Coheed concert, you'd go, "I still don't like it, but I get it."
Oh.
And like, wow, if anybody else can do anything like this, we can save lives. Dude, let me just tell you what happens in 30 seconds. Every lyric to every song is sang by every person in a sold-out arena at every show the entire time Coheed is even at Metallica, you don't see this. Like, and I've seen Coheed almost a dozen times now. And every time when I first seen him at a smaller venue, like I think it was the Fine Line, and then eventually they sold out the Myth a few times,
Yeah.
and then they've not sold out, but damn near sold out. The Armory is where I've seen him the last 2 times. Every single person in the audience is screaming their lyrics the entire I've never seen any other band have this effect on people. So whether you like the music or not, I'm telling you, just going to the concert, like maybe we find one where you really dig the 3 opening bands and you just hang out by the fucking bar and just watch, because I'm telling you, dude, when you see it, you're going to go, whether I like the music or not, they got something really fucking special going. And here's my point. It's tied to a series of comic books. It's more than just a band. The band is it's a giant story, and each album is a soundtrack to the comic books that the fucking singer writes. Coheed and Cambria are 2 characters in this giant story he's written. So it's like he's literally writing his own soundtrack. It's a brilliant idea. So whether you like the music or not, he's also doing exactly what I'm talking about. He's not just writing music and expecting the world to think it's great just because they listen to it. He's building something much more than just writing riffs. Like, he built a fucking world. And they're all part of a giant story. And he's writing he even wrote an actual novel now. So he's got all these comic books, and then he wrote a fucking actual novel.
He's the only. Well,
he's got action figures now.
If that's the
like,
case,
he's got Kiss-style action figures.
That's the only band I know of that's ever done any of that.
It's like,
so
you know how Pink Floyd did.
You
know how Pink Floyd did a concept album?
Yeah.
He did a concept band.
Yeah.
The whole band.
And I would say that's what sets them apart from other bands. You know what I mean? That originality. That's a big thing.
Once you get past his voice, shit's bomb. I couldn't stand his voice for like 5 years. Amanda Nelson, my ex-girlfriend, Sanders and I talked about this because she was in the chat. She introduced me to Coheed. It took me 5 years to get over the voice. But once I got past his singing style and once I got past his voice, they're arguably my favorite band now. Because the band is bomb as fuck, dude. That bass player, that drummer, the guitar players are phenomenal. Once you get used to that sound, like, I didn't even know they were based on comic books till like 2 years after I was a fan of the band.
I don't know if there's anybody in here from Hex, but here's a band that normally is... I'm reminded of...
I'm obviously a Coheed fanboy.
I couldn't tell. No, there's a band that...
What do you think of Cloth?
I think Cloth is great.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. What do you think, Cloth? What do you, Jeremy, all you guys, what do you guys think of Coheed and Cambria? Am I crazy, or are they actually that good?
All right, so the band that I'm constantly asked or reminded of at practice is Trivium. Trivium, to me, are the greatest Metallica cover band I've ever heard in my life, and I can't stand them. Can't stomach them. I just... honestly, Trivium and All That Remains... And there are other bands I can't think of off the top of my head. They feel like a watered-down version of what the actual product is.
Sure, I get that. They feel a little sterile.
Yeah, it
like
just feels like it's just like, oh yeah, we just bought our new Metallica shirt today. Fuck yeah, let's cover Creeping Death. Like, that's just what it feels like to me.
I liked Trivium's cover of Master of Puppets until Matt Heafy started singing.
Yeah. Well, dude, I mean, watching him at Sounds of the Underground 08. And then Cannibal Corpse comes out and just stomps a fucking mud hole in him.
Yeah.
Just, dun, 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 dun. It's like, I'm fucking freaking out, just, thrashing. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But Trivium, really?
Yeah, I never really liked Trivium. They had like one good album. They had like 3 good songs I liked. They were part of a passing fad I was into in the metalcore hype. And that's the thing is, like, I really don't care about what genre of music you perform. For me, is what really matters is, do you have your own sound? Are you doing your own thing? And are you writing catchy songs? Like, when I'm done listening to your song, am I singing that in my head a couple hours later? Even after, especially even after I've already heard a couple songs.
You'll be able to, because the lyrics will be in our booklet.
But is the melody catchy? Is the beat catchy? Absolutely. Is it actually catchy, or is it like, and I'm not talking about you, I'm just talking about the hypothetical any music. Like, like, this is what it takes for me to be a fan. I don't need you to be a great guitar player. Is what I'm really looking for is something new, something creative, something that grabs me that I can like, wow, haven't heard that before.
Yeah.
Whether that's just the way you're expressing a genre, even if you're following in someone's footsteps, because there's no real original ideas anymore. But I just don't want to hear, like, at the height of Slipknot, I don't want to hear my first band, which is a really bad knockoff of Slipknot. 7 Months of Nothing. It was just a shitty band. I just don't want to hear that.
Nope. Oh, God. So this is going to catch you.
Jeremy says...
Oh, I see it.
Metallica... I'm sorry. Trivium completely abandoned the Metallica thing. They got their own thing going now.
Yeah, I know, and that's not helping them. Thank you. This goes on at practice all the time, dude. I cut them down. Like, I just... Look at
that's hilarious, dude.
Alan ordered up
He said it's not helping them.
Alan ordered up a poster of Trivium, right? Of the band or whatever the hell, or Matt Heafy or whatever. And it showed up, and it's only like 18 by 24 or whatever the fuck size it is. So I made a comment saying, look, he's not even worth to put into a 24 by 36. So this goes on all the time. We just have fun bantering about it. But I was going to say...
That's hilarious, dude.
So
that's brutal. You're fucking savage, dude.
People bitched about the Super Bowl performance.
Super Bowl performance?
I love The Weeknd.
Hold on. Let me fix this camera real quick. So you're talking about The Weeknd's performance at the Super Bowl?
Yes. And I
thought it was great.
I got into it. Well, not just the performance, but I got into the song, The Blinding Light. Do, 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 do. Why? Because it sounded like Joe Jackson. Yeah. Dude, it's awesome. And he sings.
All his shit's
He actually
amazing.
sings. There's some shit I can't get into. But
honestly, man, I love The Weeknd. I think everything he does is fucking great. Especially the hits. Like, I think they're hits for a reason.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's great. If you want to call him a Michael Jackson ripoff, that's fine. But guess what? Michael Jackson's dead. And this dude is doing it just as good as
He
did.
looked like he had a nose job, but he didn't.
That was all fake. That was all part of a big promo thing. Yeah.
So when I heard that song, I thought Joe Jackson. Do, 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 do.
Sure.
Remember that song?
Yep.
It awesome. I grew up listening to that in the 80s
You
in my
sent
crib.
me that track a couple months
Yeah,
ago.
man,
We
I
were
fucking
talking
love
on the
it.
phone, and you sent that
So
to me.
I got super excited about it because I really love the song. And he is the only person I know of that has 2 billion listens on Spotify. Nobody else can touch that. Metallica can't even touch that with Enter Sandman. I didn't look up like
But you know
Michael
what?
Jackson or
But
the
Metallica
Beatles.
played to 1.6 million people
How many?
at the fall of the Berlin Wall.
How many?
Moscow. 1.6 million people. No one's ever performed to that many people live.
Dr. Evil. That's not a lot anymore.
No one's done it since.
No, I know.
No
And
one's done it before. No one's done it since. And I finally think Jeremy is right after 20 years
Jeremy.
of making this argument. I think he's right. I don't think anybody will ever do what Metallica did numbers wise.
Nope.
Even
There's
with
no
the
way.
internet.
There's
The closest thing are some of these K-pop bands, and they're not really doing it because when it comes to live performances, Cloth's kind of got a point. It's not the same organic, beautiful, euphoric experience.
You sound like an old man sitting across from you.
I'm just saying, man, it can still be done, dude.
It could be,
And
but
there's still bands out there doing it. You go see Coheed and you see top level performers on stage. You go
Absolutely.
see Protest the Hero. You go see
those
Misery
guys started
Signals.
a long time ago, though.
And that's what I'm talking about. It can still, if you do the hybrid, you take advantage of the technology in the DAW, but you understand how important it is to be a good band, not just sit at home and practice a lot.
No, I
But
know.
rehearse with your drummer obsessively. That will make you such a good band.
Absolutely. And I do think that there's bands that are doing that, but it's motivating the listener. If you don't cater to the listener to motivate them, they're going to be unwilling to take the time to check out what you have to
Let
offer.
alone come to a show and pay for a ticket.
Exactly.
Exactly. So again, this
So-
just keeps falling back on us to own our shit. One thing I want to talk to you about
Yes, sir.
is songwriting. So you and I have talked a lot about how you don't like jamming. You're not a jammer. And Jeremy, I was in a band with Jeremy. Jeremy's not really a jammer either. He's a very talented songwriter. I think he's one of the better songwriters I've ever worked with or been in a band with. Especially that I think that was really highlighted when I left the band and Joe became the singer. Jeremy really took another step and learned how to write a song to allow a vocalist to sing.
Mm-hmm.
But even when I was in a band with him and it was riff jabs and fucking just insane notes, as busy as we could make it, he was still writing good songs. They were still catchy. He's also not a jammer. So he would write shit in a very different way than I. When you start writing songs, you're not a jammer. Where does a song start? Like, how do you find inspiration? When you decide you're going to write a song or you come up with a song, where does that seed come from?
Well, I'll answer that. I wanted to say, because you reminded me of it, we were talking about how, like, when you jam together as a group and somebody plays something and it inspires you, that's where the Wake of Mistakes came from. Is Matt? No. Well, Wake of Mistakes came from that where
Is
Matt.
that a song?
Yes. And Matt had played a riff to another song incorrectly. And Tom took off on it. He started doing this thrash beat, which I got an instant hard on over. And I said, oh my God, dude, hold on. Let me get my phone. And I recorded 34 seconds of that. This was when all the riots and all the shit kicked off. And I was sitting there pissing vinegar, fucking angry. And all of a sudden, I just started writing lyrics. And the lyrics just
You
started.
sing for Hex?
Yes. And I just started writing the lyrics. And then I sat down with that 34 seconds, cut all the drums up, arranged it, wrote all the riffs right there. I had nothing.
Why are you flicking me off?
Oh, that's just my that's my resting that's my resting fuck you
You know
face.
what's funny is I was looking you in the eyes though, but I could still see it out of my peripheral. Yeah, it's just like you're just doing this to me for a second. Because
So
I'm like,
fucking-
no one plays guitar like this. What are you playing? Slide guitar in a
You have to
hillbilly
in
band?
Hex. You have to in Hex. But no, dude, like I had no riffs except for the one that Matt had played. So I learned that, and then I just started going. And that whole song come together in probably about an hour and a half. The lyrics took about 2 days. but it's all straight from the heart, exactly how I felt. Done.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome. Warbound, same thing. Tom and I were just standing there, and I just started going dun 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 dun, and so on. And he looked at me and goes, "What is that?" I said, "I don't know. Hold on here. Let me." I fucking worked on it, and all of a sudden, we wrote the song.
See, to me, that's jamming.
Absolutely, yes, and that's jamming. My thing is like, unless there's like a purpose to the idea of jamming, it's hard for me to want to do it because I don't get together and I don't.
Yeah, no, I feel you. Yeah,
it's
and like
weird.
I came up with a bunch of. So my stepdad, who's a decent guitar player,
And we'll talk about the songwriting. Don't let me forget.
He hung out with a lot of real musicians, really high level cover musicians making good money, like real good money. And through that network, they also hung out with a lot of like real rock stars. And I didn't really understand or appreciate who I was hanging out with in the same room and some of the stories and the wisdom at literally 5, 6, 7 years old, hanging out at fucking biker parties. This is the fucking early 90s. You know what I mean? Like nowadays, this would probably never happen unless you're in a biker gang. But my dad was so fucking reckless. I'd be hanging out till 2 a.m. at a biker club, hanging out with musicians and bands, watching them smoke weed, do blow, fucking bang hookers and drink beer and tell war stories.
Yeah.
And also basically watch a real life podcast. And guys would ask him questions like, where's the songs come from? You know, all these cliche things. And when I think of jamming, this is why it comes from that. Because like you'll get together, like, hey man, let's jam. So is what that means in my ear is like, we'll start off, we'll just kind of warm up and figure out each other's groove and timing by like playing a cover that maybe we both know. Hey, do you know this? Maybe we don't know the whole song, but like, what do you know of Master of Puppets? Cool. Let's take it from the top and see how far we get. Cause I just want to like learn how to be tight with you right now.
Mm-hmm.
We do that for a little bit. And then I just go, hey man, you got any of your own riffs? And you go, yeah, I got this one I've been fucking with lately. Cool, play it. And let's see if I can do what Tom, your drummer, did and come up with a part. And then maybe through that, coming out of it, because you only got one riff, maybe it's a 4-bar verse. We don't know that yet. But, you know, we play it 4 times. And then all of a sudden I do this weird drum fill to come out of it and halftime it. And you're like, oh my God, hold on. Keep playing that. Do that again. Because you just gave me a riff idea. To me, that's jamming.
Mm-hmm.
Not everyone is even willing to do that. Some guys are like, oh, I'm just not feeling it. Let me go home and come up with a bunch of riff ideas. And Jeremy would do that. So, like, we'd jam on shit. He'd get stuck. And then instead of trying to figure out the riff right there, we gave him his space. He'd go home and he'd come back with like 4 or 5 ideas. And we'd jam out all 4 or 5 of those ideas and like figure out which one worked best. And if none of them worked, he'd come back the next day with 4 or 5 more riff ideas. Okay, what about this chorus? What about this chorus? Oh, none of these are working. Okay. And we would just kind of like almost like sifting for gold, you know, and see what shakes out until we got a nugget in there and we're like, this works. So this is what I'm fascinated about. So you do stumble across shit. You do jam shit out. Because you talk about it and say, like, I don't jam. I don't do that. Like,
no, and again, it comes down to the whole time thing of how Andy operates and his fucking sundial that he created back in BC. So,
in case you guys haven't figured this out, Andy is notoriously stubborn.
I am,
and admittedly, he admits this, and
totally.
This is why I love him, because he just admits it and embraces it, and he goes, "Yep, deal with it."
It is. I mean,
just be upfront with it.
Okay. It's no.
I love it.
I don't want to. I don't want to stray.
This.
Just bear with me here, please. Don't let me go with the songwriting thing.
I got pissed, so just run with it.
You know what? Hey,
and then because I'm right there, I can hear you. You'll even be able to see my dick if you really want to.
You need to flush that thing.
Make sure you run the water.
I did, and it's
a little rank.
Mm.
Okay, we'll run it again. But if you finish your story before I get back, just guys, make sure you throw lots of comments in the questions in the thing, and you can just start interacting with them. But tell your story.
Okay, so I've always been known as it's just Andy being Andy.
Yeah,
right. You know, everyone always thought that I was some asshole. And
you're just stubborn.
But that's the thing is that it's
guy.
interpreted as an asshole. because if people don't know me, they're going to interpret it as
I
that.
get that.
So I've always been kind
It's
of known as
unfair,
that.
but I understand that. It's
Yeah.
not fair because you're a great guy. You're such a loving dude. You're just super stubborn.
What it is that it comes down to, I'm a big teddy bear at heart, and I love all my friends dearly, and I do anything for any one of them, you know. So it's hard for me sometimes because I like to stick to my guns. I like to be dedicated. I could totally see it. That's a small. Wow, there ain't nothing to that, is there? Anyway, you know, I stick to my guns, true to my convictions, all that stuff, and do anything for anyone, you know. But I'm unwilling to cater because I've been buttered up before, man. And you can hear me over there, where people will call me up and say, "Hey, man, how you doing?" Blah blah blah, and it's like a half hour interacting, and then all of a sudden, "Oh, hey, could you come over and check this out?" And it's like, that's not what a friendship is to me. That's just get right to the point. Be honest with each other and don't sugarcoat anything, you know. The world is... Yeah, I know, dude. I can't see. Dalton says you have to squint to see it. He's got a slight smirk on his face. So yeah, no, I'm just very particular, and that's why it goes back to the conversation of my time is very precious because I could die tomorrow. And even though I've accepted death, it's still the fact of that I need to be particular and specific about how I utilize my time, so there's no wasting it, you know. Let's see. Jeremy says, Andy, your heart has always been as big as your asshole as long as I've known you. But no, seriously, one of the most genuine good people I've had the privilege to call a friend. You know, and ironically, Jeremy and I became friends because
because you didn't like each other, and then you finally had a conversation at a bar one night, and then you made out, and then you made love.
Well, there's all that, but that's the made-up story. So Kyle and I... Okay, my old high school buddy, or my old middle school buddy, Alan, he moved up to St. Francis, and him and Kyle were going to school together. Alan gets a hold of me and says, "Hey, dude, we need a bass player. Do you want to play at this talent show up at St. Francis High School?" This is 1998. I said, "Hell yeah, dude." So we rolled up there, or my mom and dad took me up there, and we jammed, and then I got outvoted. We played all Kiss songs and wore makeup on stage and put blood in our mouths and all this shit. I had 2 chicks hanging on me. It was awesome. Well, I was talking to my mom. But so I didn't know Jeremy at that point, but I swore I would never play on stage with Kyle again, and then we end up being in 4 Blood together and all that shit, best friends. So all of a sudden, fast forward, I'm working at Kohl's, 98. There's this dude named Jeremy. He's working in the maintenance department just like I am, pushing a broom, and says, "Jeremy Blake," and I went, "Jeremy Blake? God, are you friends with Kyle Skolquist?" "Yeah, dude." "Wait, are you Andy Oltmanns?" "Yeah." "Oh, no fucking way, dude." Blah, 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 blah. So then all of a sudden we're like...
So fucking weird.
Oh, it's so cool.
Such a small town.
It totally, dude. We're probably all like brothers and sisters.
That's very similar to how Tim Java ended up on the podcast. I'm at my grandpa's shop, and some other dude, I'm going to call him just some other dude for now. His name's Jeff, but at the time he was just some dude, comes in to repair our shear. I'm talking about Dead to Fall, but I can't even remember the band name.
Yep.
Because I'm telling one of my older coworkers, "Oh man, we threw a real major rager this weekend." And this goes on for months, and randomly this day, and he's a loud guy too. We're in a shop, but he's also the loudest guy in the shop. And he's like, "What is the deal with this major rager thing? Why do you keep saying major rager? Like, what does this mean?" So I described to him the entire history behind Dead to Fall's Major Rager, but I can't remember the band name. And all of a sudden, this other guy we hired to come fix our shear machine literally stands up and he goes, "Are you talking about Dead to Fall?" And I was like, "Yeah, you must be a huge fan of local metal." And he's like, "No, the drummer is one of my best friends." I'm like, "Get the fuck out." So him and I, Jeff, exchange information on Instagram, and he's like, "Yeah, Tim's actually drumming in my new band that I just started, and they hadn't put anything out yet." Months and months later, I start a podcast, reach out to Tim. Not only does Tim come on and talk about all his shit, but one of the things we plug and play is his band Elehu and Efe which is the band he's in with the Jeff dude that I fucking met, which is the reason he ended up on the fucking podcast.
That's awesome.
Such a small world, dude. Tim and I talked about that on his episode. If anybody's interested in hearing the full story more in depth, you can, because that's the bullet point version. You can go watch that episode with Tim Java. It's a really great podcast. We went for like 6 hours. He brought me the Hibiki, which we tanked, and I had to replace. It's that really nice Japanese whiskey. It's a sipper, so like you don't sit there and shoot it. You pour like one finger, maybe two, and that's all you have for the night type whiskey. Like it's just that good.
What happened to the days of getting drunk?
Oh, that's what the other ones are for. That's what the Centauri and the Jack Daniels and the Maker's Mark are for.
There's I want to act high society, but I'm really white trash. Here's straight up, I listen to fucking Garth Brooks.
And Pantera.
And Windsor's what your mom and dad drink while they listen to April Wine.
Somebody, I don't know where that came from.
It just showed.
I swear to God. Okay, so the reason the Windsor is there is because I was like rearranging it. I bought that Grey Duck vodka. I replaced it. If you notice, the viewers probably can't see it. Hold on, let me switch the camera. The viewers probably can't see it, but behind the Fulton boxes, there's the actual Grey Duck vodka that I'm using right now. But I'm almost gone, so I bought the new bottle that was autographed by Chad Greenway himself, the former Vikings player. That's his vodka. And while I was rearranging the bar, I leaned over to throw away the fucking Canadian Windsor, and all of a sudden I realized that thing's like 3/4 full. Me nor my wife have ever in our entire lives bought Windsor. So some random guest brought that and set it back there, and I have no idea when it showed up. So, yeah, I've got a big-ass bottle of Canadian whiskey. I've got 2 Japanese whiskeys. I've got the most white trash American whiskey there is on the planet. And then we got what you just said. I'm pretending to be high class, but I'm really not, and that's the Maker's Mark. Yeah.
Yep.
And then I do have some tequila up there. But,
Ish.
yeah, that Hibiki, that fucking shit is good.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that's a sipper. Like...
A sipper?
Yeah, that's one of those ones where, like, if you want to get drunk, don't drink that. Just have a little bit of that, and enjoy it, wind down, because you do a finger or two of that. It's fucking real whiskey. Like, you're going to have a nice buzz. Like, if you want to get tanked, don't fucking drink the Hibiki. Don't do that. Drink the Centauri, because the Centauri's really good. It's also a sipper.
Yeah.
But it's only like a $45 bottle of whiskey. So we could sit here and drink a whole bottle of Centauri in one night and not feel bad.
My $10 fucking vodka from fucking... the liquor store.
You should check out that Grey Duck if you're a vodka guy. It's very reasonably priced, but it's actually very good.
Not with the major razor headache I got right now. All right, so what's
No, I don't mean right now. I just mean in general. If you're a vodka guy, try that Grey Duck. For the price, I think it's probably the best thing until you jump up to like the fucking obnoxious.
This is like spending $100 on a steak that I'm just going to shit out.
No, that's like $20, $22 for that bottle of vodka.
I can afford
That's what I'm saying. It's super reasonable. It's a normal price bottle, but it's really decent. It's not like the other $20, $30 bottles. It's way better.
Huh.
Yeah. I like it. Honestly, man, it's one of the few vodkas I've drank where I didn't have a hangover the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't know anything about the company and how they do it. I just know that
this is how
it also doesn't stink. Like some vodkas.
Oh, yeah. It smells like pure aftershave.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't smell. That actually smells like nothing. Like vodka's supposed to smell like. Good vodka shouldn't really have a big smell.
I never knew that.
Unless you do it old school Russian style. So, there's traditions in certain alcohols, and then there's accents. So, like, sake, like tradition, there's hot sake and cold sake.
Mm-hmm.
Some's supposed to be heated up, and you, like, smell it. You, like, sniff it, and the alcohol vapors, like, it creates another experience, and then you drink it. It's really good if you get good sake and you do it right. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Tequila, we all know the cliche of the salt and the lime. Whiskey, there's a sneaky one if you do a pickleback. I love that. That's my favorite. So I'll sit here and sip some whiskey, and then I'll pour myself a tiny little glass of pickle juice, and you also just sip that.
Do you listen to that, or do you listen to Nickelback while you drink that?
No, I don't. But I do a pickleback. And with vodka is what it is. I swear to God, it's the weirdest fucking thing. You take a small bite, and smell. So you take a tiny little bite and break an onion, right? And you chew the onion and you smell the onion. You take a big, and then you take your shot of vodka. Dude, I'm telling you, when you pair these things, you couple all of your senses together.
You sure you're not pregnant or something?
No, I respect ancient traditions of doing alcohol.
I look just to get fucked up.
Including the non-ancient tradition of salt tequila lime. The
All
spring break ancient tradition of salt tequila lime.
Yeah, the spring break.
I'm just saying I like the little accents. I like bringing the other flavors and senses into the alcohol thing. Because honestly, man, other than that, I'm just a beer dude. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to sit here and just drink Jack Daniels with you all night. That's gross.
Oh, God.
Like, it's so gross. If I'm going to drink whiskey, it's either going to be something a little nicer where we're going to gently sip on it, like some old-ass fucking men from, the 60s after a long, hard day at the office.
Listen here, young whippersnapper.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
That's how I'm drinking alcohol. And if we're going to do shots of tequila, I do not have a big enough ego to be like, no, fuck that. I'm a man. I'm doing tequila. No,
Right.
I'll do the salt and I'll do the lime, dude, because I like it. I like the combination of the three together. I don't care. What about you? Are you a purist? Do you only drink them, or are you down with the little gimmicks?
Coors Light and vodka. Bloody Marys.
Done. I love Bloodies.
Done. My purpose, okay, like yesterday I come home from work as a pat on the back for doing a good job at the shop. I got an engine all dialed in. We're rocking. I grab me a Coors Light.
Company coat.
Yeah, that's about it. Not even a fucking reach around. So, yeah, I come home, I go in the house, grab myself a Coors Light, go sit out on the deck and just fucking hang out because I enjoy that. It helps me fucking, because I'm a lightweight anyway. But back in the day, give me a fucking low ball of Jameson and it's beer the rest of the night and I will be fucking tore up from the floor up.
And then Bloodies for the morning?
No, the Bloody Marys are pretty much like when I want to get shitty while I'm doing my fucking streaming. And then it turns into a shit show, and then I just tell the guys I gotta sign off.
Okay, listen, I want to tell you something. We have to figure out a way to time this. So Jeremy's buddy, Jeremy Blake, introduced me. We did the New Year's Eve special. Jeremy Blake and his buddy JP Armstrong came on. JP is a chronic masturbating Satan worshiper who is also a volunteer fire department firefighter, and he's on his own city council. But he's a Freemason, he's a chronic masturbator. So he's a Satan-worshipping chronic masturbator who's on a city council and a volunteer firefighter.
This is a legit thing.
This is real. He's an amazing dude, and he came back on the podcast by himself, and he brought the best Bloody Mary mix I have ever had in my fucking life. And I have been searching all around to find anything even close to it. I'm not trying to find that brand. I'm just trying to find something that good, and I can't. So
see, I'm not picky
if you
about
love Bloody Mary mix, or if you love Bloody Marys, here's what I want to do. I want to figure out a way where we can, because you don't live that far from here. I want to figure out a way where we do like a Friday or a Saturday night podcast. We bring, maybe when we do it with Jeremy Blake, and it's the four of us, but definitely the three of us, and we drink Bloodies so you can get a nice little thick buzz going on. We can just relax and have fun and just talk shit about whatever, because he's super chill like you are. And yeah, dude, we'll fucking just sit here and drink fucking Bloodies, because I don't know a lot of people that love Bloodies like I do, and I want to do some crazy shit. Like, he brought beef sticks and cheese sticks, and we sort of like manufactured them. Dude, if I know we're doing this, I'll go get thick cut bacon and fry it and put it in the fridge, and then when we bust it out and make the Bloodies, like, we'll fold up some thick cut bacon, put it in there. Like, we'll do some insane fucking Bloodies, dude. And I got the beer glasses and everything.
Perfect.
It's going to be beautiful.
Perfect.
What do you think? You want to do it?
Possibly.
We'll do like a Friday or a Saturday night one, so you don't have to work. It'll be fun.
When am I not working?
You do a Friday night stream pretty often, though, so maybe we'll do a Saturday night one.
Yeah, it all depends. We'll figure something out, though.
It'll be fun, dude.
So I wanted to answer that question about the music stuff. You asked me about how do I go about songwriting.
Before you answer that, I'm sorry. I have to throw this in there because we were talking about jamming.
Yeah, what's he?
Stereo Sympathy, I highlighted this because I didn't want to forget this. He says, I always thought jamming was good for connecting with other musicians, but I don't think any songs came directly from any of those jam sessions. I believe that, but let me ask you this, Matt. I think his name's Matt. Did any riffs come from those jam sessions? Because that's sometimes all it takes to start a song is you jam and you come up with one riff, and then a guy like Jeremy or me or you or your other guitar player go home and hone that riff into maybe 2 or 3 riffs that create a song.
Mm-hmm.
So now explain that, because that'll give him plenty of time and everyone else to keep.
For me, I don't sit down with a plan to write. I find that the time is wasted, and where my best playing comes from, and actually this is something that has grown immensely in the last half a year, maybe year, of having my setup now in the basement, and with the acquisition of a couple of the EVH Wolfgangs and Eddie's passing and everything like that, has caused me to step outside the box and play different stuff, and it's helped me greatly. I mean, I'm now able to solo differently and add these different little flavors in there and all that shit. But it's always when I don't try is when the best stuff comes out innocently, and I like the innocence of it. I don't like the planned. It's the innocence that brings out the genuine.
So you are a jammer, because I've talked about this on your show, in the comment sections. Yes. You know, like, yeah, I'll come over, dude. We'll fucking hang out. We'll jam.
But it's
whatever.
in my terms, though. Is the thing? It's my terms in my
like
area.
I want to be creative.
I don't want to be interrupted. I want to focus solely on just having fun. Like I say, as soon as it becomes work, it's not fun, because it's overbearing and da 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 da. So for me, it's easier to just sit down, plug an amp in, got my ISO box, got my headphones on, and say, like, I'm learning one of Matt's tracks right now. I was going to record. I was our guitar player from Hex, Matt Hamilton. So he wrote a song.
Ol MH.
OMH.
Ol Matt Hamilton. Ol MH.
Old Matt Hamilton. But
yeah, him and I go way back. No,
oh,
I'm just
yeah.
kidding. I've never
back to the motherland. No, so he's not the newest to the band. Alan is, but Matt's been writing his own material and everything, bringing it down, and sometimes it's hit and miss. It'll either work or it won't, or we'll work on it. We'll put a new riff in, or we'll pull a riff out, so on and so forth. So, his style is a little different than my style, especially compared to the first album, because all my riffs are on that first album. Everyone added to it.
Do you think like this? Because the way Jeremy just explained this, I think kind of sums up.
Are you at the bottom, or are you still in the middle?
No, we're way behind. There's a lot of comments we got to catch up on. But not all of these are actual questions and shit. We can just kind of acknowledge them. But he says, I enjoy jamming if it's rock or blues type stuff, but metal or anything with lots of structure and intricacies, he says he just gets frustrated. I totally feel that.
Absolutely.
So I'll come up with entire ideas and jam, and we'll come up with riffs, and sometimes I'll come up with sections, and I kind of have a vague understanding of maybe the chord progression I'm going with. And so when I'm jamming those ideas, I just want to bang out, what's our groove concept, what's the timing signature, where are the snares, are we on a 2/4 style, are we playing like more of a 3/4, even if it's on a 4/4 signature. And all I want to know is, like, where's the nuance here? Like, where's the foundation? And then I'll go home and I'll build in those intricacies, and I'll bring back a truly finished riff. And then I'll let the drummer kind of go, oh, like, if he's a good songwriter, he'll go, oh, you added this weird little trill there. You know what I should do is I'm going to shuffle to kind of like go on the backbeat for that one bar there and really accent the way I come back into the 4th bar. I love, oh, wow. And so you kind of tweak it. But the idea for me, the main idea of the chord progression of the riff was still birthed in a jamming session. So I think that's kind of like a perfect way to say it. Because, yeah, if you actually tried to jam out an idea improv in a metal situation, I don't think you're going to actually finish anything.
With Matt, that
I
is
think
one.
He's right. Rock and blues, you can get away with that.
I do agree to an extent. I know I said I completely agree, but I agree to an extent. But that's the one thing I'm very, very grateful for with Matt, is that Matt will come up with some fucking crazy riff, or I'll come up with something, and either one of us are able to learn it on the spot and pretty much mimic what each other are doing. Like, we're a very, very tight rhythm section for the guitars. And it's awesome. And then Matt can pull a fucking solo out of his hat and go, here you go. and you would be totally convinced. We could be playing a song where he only knows the riffs. He could pull a solo completely out of his ass, and he would blow your fucking mind.
Right, because he knows the chord progression. He
exactly knows his fretboard.
Dalton's like that. Dalton's in the chat. Dalton's like that. Like Dalton's so fucking good, dude. That motherfucker won't even come over and have his guitar tuned like mine. Like he'll literally, I'll be in drop C and he'll be in standard E, and I'll be like, "You're not gonna retune," and he'll be like, "No, I got this." And he'll literally, other than the lowest string, he can figure out a way to mimic the riffs in either a perfect octave and rearrange his phrasing of his left hand. And I'm like, okay, this is fine for writing and jamming like this, but you do know when like we record and perform, you're gonna have to tune like me and play the riffs the right way, right? And he's like, yeah. That's fine. But he's so fucking talented. He doesn't know the riffs. He's just like, play it twice. He sees my chord progression. He hears the phrasing in the full chord, not just the root note progression. And that motherfucker won't even literally be tuned to the same anything as me, and he can still rip it. It'll be like, or he'll do like a little dancey riff on top of it. We just got to kind of like, a lot of what Dalton and I do is kind of jamming. Like I'll play the riff, and he just kind of improvs over it. And then I kind of direct him. I'll be like, give me more Dave Mustaine, give me more Kirk Hammett, give me more Dave Gilmore.
You told him to play like Kirk Hammett.
Give me more. Because like there's a certain way that Kirk Hammett would write certain solos that's very hard to describe in any other.
Where'd I go? Uh-oh. Hola. Oh, nope. Wait. Yep, there I am.
Check. You good?
We're good.
I forgot I took my headphones off when I pissed and never put them back on.
Yeah, big dummy.
Well, my mic discipline's pretty good, so I know you can hear me because I stay on this motherfucker. After 70 fucking podcasts of listening to yourself fucking get too far away.
Let's see what else we got here.
Shout out to Greg Chilton and Ritual Madness Podcast. Guys, make sure that you go and subscribe. He's a featured channel on my channel, so all you got to do is go to my main YouTube channel, scroll all the way to the bottom, and he's right there as one of the featured channels. Hit subscribe. Earlier today or yesterday, he was at like 192 subs or 193, Greg. We want to get him over 200 because we're all striving to get to that 1,000 mark where Andy's already almost at. What are you at, 900 now?
Let's see if I dropped to 903. Let's take a little peeky poo. Cloth, are you asking?
And make sure you hit sub on this as well, guys, because I'm also trying. I mean, I got 215 when we started. So
905.
905. So you gained one back since we started.
Yes. Good. If you haven't subscribed yet, go over to my channel, Thrash Metal Studio on YouTube. I'm also on Instagram,
also a featured
Facebook.
channel at the bottom of my channel,
yes.
And it's in the comment section. So if you just go to this comment section in this video, there's a link right there. And if you click that link, it's an auto-subscribe link. So all you got to do is hit yes, and you're automatically subscribed. Help my man get to 1,000 subscribers so he can monetize. And YouTube
and buy more guitar gear.
You wanted to talk about this, though. You brought this up earlier. You said, I want to talk about this. Let's help him get to 1,000 subs, because then he makes money just by having a channel.
Well,
Google
all right,
and YouTube will pay you.
I'm going to answer the question. So I'm currently using a Marshall 1960A with the G1275s at home. And I'm using a 1960B with the G1275s at the space.
And that's the same cab I use. I have Celestians in mine.
Are they the vintage 30s or are they?
I think they're vintage 30s.
Okay, so you get.
And then I have the 5150 head, and then I play the Les Paul with the humbuckers, so that's where I get my tone.
And I'm using an ISO cab with a vintage 30 in it for my recordings. So, but yeah, like on my other channel, I take home under 200 every 2 months. That's not much, but it's still something it pays me back for the gear or whatever it is I put in.
That's on your mechanic channel?
Yes.
And you haven't been putting out content on there for a while.
No,
imagine if you would have kept going, and I'm not trying to convince you to do this, so don't take it.
Well, you already know I won't.
But imagine if you would have, though, you'd have 20, 30,000 subscribers now, even more views, and maybe it's not 200, maybe it's 1,200. Like, that's what I'm getting at. You're about to be able to do this with your channel. maybe in 2-3 years, I'll be having the same conversation with my channel. Jason's starting to think about it this way. And I'm telling you, man, it's like, I just don't understand why more people aren't doing it.
Channel.
Don't worry, we didn't lose anything. It's just resetting.
Oh.
It's just my Xbox that controls that stupid monitor.
Okay. No, I truly feel that there's going to be a wall that's going to get hit with YouTube, and it's great and all, and the scary thing is that people have literally put all their cards on all their chips on black to make a living on YouTube, which is great. But we always get burnt out at our 9-to-5 job. We always have a wall that we hit, and then it takes a little bit to kind of get reborn and interested back into it. So I fear for people that really bank on the YouTube being a constant paycheck, because there's people that had thousands and thousands and thousands of subscribers that had tool channels, had their shop, all this stuff. They're nowhere now. They deleted their channel.
Yep. Well, and again, it's because, so this goes back to what I said. So yeah, they got the subs, but the content wasn't good enough, because there's literally people who have 1 million subscribers, or 100,000 subscribers, and they still can't quit their day job. And then there's people out there that have 10,000 subscribers, and they're making $100,000 a year.
Well, look at the party boys that are on YouTube that do all their fancy videos with their green screen and this and that, and here's this new tech piece of gear that I'm debuting, and blah blah blah. It's like, how are you able to go out and rent an office building and pay these people and think that you're untouchable? Like, I don't get that. Like, there's going to be a point where that levee breaks, and it's going to fold. And it's just, I don't know. I mean, no job is forever. We're all replaceable. It's just how it is. It's the reality of life. If we don't meet the expectations of an individual or ourselves, we could either lose our livelihood.
Right, or that person moves on. Yep.
Exactly.
Like, if you don't meet the needs of even a romantic partner, they have the ability and the right to leave and go find a new partner. And that's, when you fall in love, it's hard to leave. And that's also true with a band. So when you gain a fan, when you get a fan to really love the content you're putting out, and then you just disappear for 5-6 years, they move on.
Yep.
And we used to joke about this, but I mean, I guess it's not really a joke now that I think about it, but we used to joke about this like, oh, your band's going to take a month off. Your local band's going to take a month off. You guys need a break. And we would look at each other and we'd be like, they're done.
Yeah, right now. Look at it right now. How many bands just didn't do any online content, didn't do any YouTube live videos, any Facebook
You can't afford
live.
it.
No,
You got to stay relevant, man. You got to stay in touch in order to stay on top.
Yeah. A lot of people just didn't do anything.
Right.
So I don't know what it's going to be like when we actually start playing shows. And, that's a whole other catch too. And this kind of goes back to the whole COVID thing. I can't wait for the first person to judge me for playing a show. Try me. You know what I mean? Like, it's so sad that people have become so judgmental. There was a video of a guy that walked into his work. He had his camera right there, and he had a mask on that was an identical picture of his face from the nose down. He walked into the office and says hi to somebody, and she goes, "Where's your mask?" And she literally jumped to drill sergeant. "Where's your mask? You need to get out of here right now if you don't have a mask." Like, seriously? That gives you an entitlement of power to try to tell somebody to do something that doesn't fit their standards. Like,
yeah, that's tough.
That's
tough, dude. I'm gonna grab a beer. Okay, 10-4. I don't know what you're trying to make fun of me for.
Hey, Slater, give me some drugs, man. Yeah, we already got it from you. Got it from your mother.
I would never do illegal substances of any kind on the public internet. Never would
Ladies
I ever
and gentlemen,
smoke pot
an ad from
or
our
do
sponsors.
any illegal drugs on the internet.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm
Way back. I want to see what the real time comments here. I'm curious to see what's going on. Where are they at?
I'll catch you up. Hold on.
Let's get down
The
here.
reason I know, but here's the thing: is I've been slowly going. They're talking about mixing red wine and water.
Yeah, I know. They're about a
having
half
their own
hour ago.
conversation. It's great. No, this is the greatest conversation going on in chat, and this is why eventually, someday, when I have 1,000 or 5,000 subs, live chat's going to be done, because either that or we'll only be able to acknowledge super chat.
You'd have to
because,
have
dude, they'll be arguing about things we talk about for 30 minutes after we stop talking.
You would have to have what do you call them? Not I can't think of what the name is, but there are people that will be in the chat that'll go through and
yeah, they're talking about just like Matt said, he drinks his jam for some reason is drinking half red wine, half water, and they're going back and forth about it. But he did finally answer the question. He said, yes, definitely riffs came out of those jams. Remember I asked him to follow up on that?
Yep.
They would change around quite a bit from the inception to the actual riff outside of the jam. And yes, also Matt is correct. So yes, that's what I'm talking about. But the seed, there was something birthed by just jamming. And there's something so beautiful and organic about that, because it's like I wouldn't have played it at all that way or even thought about it that way unless we were in the same room with each other and I was listening to you play drums and I picked up the guitar, or vice versa. You picked up the guitar and I picked up drums. And he's right 100%. Like, and even when I just jam my own riffs in my own basement or bedroom or wherever I'm writing, the original riff I actually wrote is almost nothing like the riff that ended up in the song on record.
Oh yeah, the solo for Bitter End,
100%.
same thing. There's little parts of it that changed, Bitter End is on our album Revival Fires, put out in 2019.
How do you feel about greenbacks? I don't even know what the fuck that question is.
25 watt greenbacks. I know.
Oh, speakers.
Yeah, I know Eddie used them, and that's what
I lost context there for a second. We were talking about gear and speakers.
Yeah, people always said that the Sheffield 1200s were modeled after the greenback 25s.
Yep.
And that's why I'm drawn to those cabinets, or the Sheffield 1200s, because they sound like a mix between a vintage 30 and a G1275. Thank you.
And they're actually following up that what wattage greenbacks. Yep. And yes, thank you guys for subbing to Ritual Madness, you guys.
Thank you.
Don't forget to sub to this as well. Yeah, he says 25s sounded great in recordings, not so much for live playing. That's why I like those vintage 30s, man. I think they're like, and that's why I like the 5150, and that's why I like that 1960 cab, and that's why I like my Gibson Les Paul, because I get it. You can definitely get way better tone if you get more elite or specific in a certain direction. But I kind of want something that I can make great sound in any situation, depending on how I dial it in. And that's why I go with this combo. The vintage 30s with the 1960, with the 5150, and the Les Paul sound. To me, I'm telling you, man, like I can dial and roll off different tone, and I can make that amp sound like anything.
You ever tried putting a Tube Screamer or a Maxon 808 in front of it?
Sure. Yep. I've heard all that. And I just don't do it because I just don't need it. And I just want the most simple setup I can possibly get for my project. It's just kind of our sound and our style.
You guys on
yes,
there won't see it.
100%.
That's where I'm at right now.
Oh, dude, is that... Okay, can you pull that drawer out? And is that your floorboard?
Yep. No. That stays in. And anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, Voodoo Labs makes a deal where you put it in your rack and you plug all your pedals into it, and then you have the floorboard, which is all digital, and you program it to...
And it's controlling those pedals digitally.
These are all on all the time.
So those are all digital pedals, not analog.
No, they're all analog. What it is that these go into like a send and a return in the rack unit.
Each pedal.
And when you push when you push one on bank one.
So how many IOs does that interface have?
8. 8 total. So I use 3 of them, 2 for channel switching, 1 for effects loop on and off, and then the rest of them are used for the pedals.
I have to come over and see this, dude.
It's Geek Central.
I heard about these a long time ago, but back in the days, what they were is that rack would come out.
Yeah.
And it would sit on the ground as your pedal board. and you would just pick it back up and slip it into your rack head, and it'd go in as a drawer. That's why I asked you on Instagram. Is that a fucking...
That's the controller right there. So each one of those is either an amp channel or a pedal.
And you have IOs
and you
for
program
your send and return for each pedal on there.
Yep, on the rack. So
and that rack runs to this via MIDI.
Yep, and when you program,
so basically,
you make your
this
patch,
is a MIDI controller for your in-out on that interface in your rack, and the pedals are
Yep.
all hooked to that rack.
And so if I want 3, 5, and 7 on, I push it in the program on this along with the channel I want for the amp, and it saves that program. So all I have to do is hit one on the pedal,
button,
and it changes everything.
So you
it's
could
a fucking
engage
godsend.
any combo of pedals on.
You got it.
And then you probably have a bank on there, so you can hit up or down.
Up and down.
So you have 12 things, but you can turn it into 36 or whatever.
Yeah, it's a total of 8 inputs, but you have multiple banks you can go through, so you can make all different
almost
kinds of
infinite
shit.
combinations.
I'm so down that rabbit hole.
It sounds like they figured out the hybrid between like what a lot of guys did with the digital effects pedals.
Yeah.
No, because those are always shitty. Like you can't get a This is what pissed me off. Is guys would spend thousands of dollars on these elite level professional guitar heads and cabs and cables and pedals, and then they'd run everything through one of those Boss GTs.
Hey, Jeremy, we might want to go to the bottom of this one. So Jeremy and
that
Kyle
shit used to piss me off, because it's like, dude, you realize you just took all of that beautiful signal and made it a solid state signal by the time it made it to your amp.
Well,
then you're running your clean tone through that too, so you're not even getting the.
They used to run 5150 heads, and they would run these zoom pedals in front with a built-in wah pedal and whatnot. And it was cool for what they were doing, but they didn't realize what they had. And so then I think it was Kyle that started doing it,
it's
where
like
he would run his
washcloth
5150
over a hose.
Yeah, and Kyle started running his 5150 distortion channel, and it sounded fucking phenomenal. And then Jeremy did the same thing too. He had a 5152 head, I believe.
Yeah, and then you run your pedal board through the effects loop.
You run specific effects through there. Any modulation.
I mean, this is highly debatable. There are no right.
It's the same thing as my compressor. I chose to put my compressor first in the signal, or in the first open bank, so that way when my clean channel kicked in, the compressor hit it first, and then it would hit the effects. So it wouldn't compress the effects. It would just compress the clean tone. It's fucking rabbit hole,
dude. And there's so many, dude. When I worked at Guitar Center, I discovered this website from a fellow employee, and I forget the name of it, but you can literally look up any famous or legitimate guitar player ever, and they will have a detailed breakdown of their entire guitar setup from
guitargeek.com,
from literally where the pedal is in the chain.
I know what
to
you're
the
talking
settings
about.
of the fucking mind-blowing. And the debate and the subtle differences between, okay, these guys have the exact same rig, but this guy put these pedals in the effects loop, and this guy put these other pedals in his main chain.
Will's selling a guitar. Sorry, squirrel.
Squirrel.
I
can't believe you have your phone on, dude. You're checking Facebook.
It's not Facebook. I'm looking at the LTD.
He got a notification for
one
of our friends selling something on Facebook.
Okay, here's the deal. All right,
Jesus
I'm a junkie.
Christ.
I am a junkie. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, they're just.
Well, I'm just keeping track of
time. They're just talking about different gear. Marshall 1960 hand wired.
While we are at the bottom, nobody. Okay, wow.
We were talking about drinking rituals. V30 is a classic. Always sound great. And that's my thing. That's my point. Is like, when it comes to guitar tone, specifically what I'm trying to do, not even what's right or what sounds good.
Oh, it's just what's right is what works for you.
What I'm doing in my rig is very minimalist, very classic, very universal. It's almost like traveling with your own SM58. Like, you're not trying to be an elitist. It's still an SM58. You're just fucking making sure that if you show up to a club and they don't have a 58, you have a 58. Why do you use a 58? Why does everyone use it? Because every fucking sound guy worth his weight in salt knows how to mix an SM58, right? That's why I stick with my rig. I'm not knocking anybody who has any other gear than me. This is only my opinion on why I'm doing it with my project, because it's minimalist, it's universal, and it's classic. Like, if you make my rig sound like shit live, I know it's your fault.
I'll make it wet.
You see what I'm getting at?
I'll make it wet its own panties.
No one,
Wet.
no one.
Squishy.
I got a couple buddies who have some really elaborate rigs,
Moist.
like $3,500 heads,
That's just fucking overkill for
Right.
no reason.
and it's like, yeah, that's great in the studio, but it sounds like shit live, dude.
Every amp sounds the same live. It doesn't matter what it is. A dual rec to a 5150 to a fucking Mark III, it don't matter.
I don't know if that's true, dude.
It is. It totally is. No fan in the audience except for us guys that get laid very, very rarely are going to be like, oh my God, dude, he's
That
playing
ain't
through
true,
like a
man.
fucking 2004 fucking 5150 or whatever. They don't give a shit.
No, they
Or
don't
people-
know. They don't know what it is, but a fan,
But
a
the-
listener,
but that's the
knows what
excitement.
sounds good.
That's the excitement of it, though. But
And you could have a $100 amp, or you could have a fucking $1,200 amp, or you could have a $500 amp. But if you dial it in to sound like shit, everybody in the room knows it.
yeah, it's all about the guitar, the strings, the pick, the fingers, the style, how hard you're hitting the strings, the fucking cables, how you have shit routed, what speakers you're using. And there's so many variables.
90% of your tone comes from your fingers, but all those other little things, that extra 10%, man, really do help.
Absolutely. That's
Get
why
good
I'm so
gear.
meticulous.
Get good gear.
I have cables showing up tomorrow, 30 foot worth of 30 90 degree ends, and I'm making my own patch cables for the back of that GCX because I want everything to be the right length. I want it to work the first time. I don't want to have extra feet of cabling fucking hanging out there.
Yeah, remember the buzzing mosquito tone days, Jeremy Blake says?
Oh yeah. I saw that red LTD earlier. I knew Andy would jump on it. Yeah, but Will's being tight with me. He's not putting the amount that he wanted on there. Let's see here. I ran a zoom through a solid state PV. Oh, you had like the butcher head, didn't you?
Yeah. Kyle ran the zoom through a sun head, and then
Your guys
got a 5152, and Kyle got a real 5150, and we ran two-tone after that.
your guys'
This is the
fucking
journey-
tone ruled.
This is the journey of so many musicians, is you start to learn there's a purity in tube amps.
Look at Greg's comment.
Like, I still don't like the Axe Effect sound.
I won't do it. And
Like,
you know,
I've been giving shit about that to fucking Alex for years. I'm like, your guitar tone sounds great on record, dude, but like, it doesn't sound like your band is tight. It sounds good, but like, dude, that Axe Effect shit doesn't work live. Like, it doesn't sound the same. Like, the tone doesn't work live on that Axe Effect shit, dude.
Alan uses a Mesa head with Mesa cabinets, and he runs this pedal that he just did an update on, and it came alive. He's also got a Helix pedal too, but Alan's down the rabbit hole of like complication stuff that I can't wrap my mind around when it comes to like stacking frequencies and just shit. It's
Sure, yeah,
crazy.
the audiophile.
Holy crap,
He's an audiophile.
Alan's balls deep in it, so
Right.
have fun there, buddy. But like for Matt and I, we were using the Moore preamp pedals. He used the preamp live. I used the little mini pedals, but I still ran mine through a speaker. I had the Moore Baby Bomb, which is a 30-watt solid state pedal, went into a speaker cabinet, vintage 30. So I had that air movement. Matt recorded directly into an amp. Do I tell the difference? Not really. But do I know I used a digital effect to produce the sound that my 1985 Mark III
Okay.
produces? Yes. Well,
So maybe your own knowledge is twisting your perception and giving you a bias.
for any future recordings with this band for myself, I'm going to use tube amps into a cabinet and turn it up because that's rock and roll.
The
That's
only
fucking
guy-
rock and roll.
The only guy I ever heard dial in solid state tone that not only sounded good but was breathtaking is fucking Chaz Hadladen from Banehinge. When they use him and Jason Reed use these weird
AVT.
they use these weird Marshall solid
They
state
were an
amps,
AVT 150.
and they fucking brought the house down. Banehinge's guitar tone was so good, and it blew my fucking mind.
Yeah.
When I found out they were solid state amps, and I went and found that amp at Guitar Center, and I couldn't dial it in and get it to sound like that. So Chad had his own secret skill of dialing in either that amp specifically, or maybe he's just that good at dialing in tone
He's Chad.
on solid state amps.
Yeah, Chad and I, when he drops a guitar off to have me work on, we get into nerd talk, whether it's recording gear or just guitar gear. Like he bought a couple Wolfgangs before I did, or a one Wolfgang guitar, and then I got mine, and he goes, "See, told you." And it's just one of them things. I mean, like, there's some guitar players that give a shit about their tone or their gear, and there's some that, not as an insult, but they don't care. Like they just do their thing. They just do their thing. Sorry.
Do you know a guy named Greg Oslin?
No.
I worked with him at Guitar Center. He's like the Chad Hasladen of tube tone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, I've never met anybody in my entire life that could get on any combination of guitar and amp, and within 30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds, and a total of 8 notes, like wow, dial, wow, dial. Okay, hold on. Do a couple more, and then ring out a chord. And I'm telling you, Greg Oslin is the tone king in my book. He taught me. I thought I knew about tone, like being in a band with Jeremy and some other cats and shit, because they started to learn the craft from being professionals in the industry. But dude, the understanding and knowledge and the kind of shit that you talked about stacking frequencies and like understanding the actual math behind that was so long. Behind all of these things. Greg Oslin of tube tone and then solid state tone, it's Chad Hasladen.
Mm-hmm.
Like those are the two. Like if I ever buy a solid state amp, I'm hitting up Chad. Teach me how to dial this one in.
Probably my favorite. I was going to say this earlier.
Because Greg already taught me everything. Greg Oslin taught me everything he knew about fucking tube tone.
Yeah.
And that's why I know I can take pride in my tone. Because like if you don't like it, you don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not going to tell me it's bad.
Yeah.
Like because trust me, it's not. But you just might not like it. You might be like, dude, I'm not digging it. I'm like, cool.
I'm totally going to judge you on your tone.
Yeah, you'll probably think it sounds like shit.
I have no idea.
Jeremy Blake will probably shit on it. Anybody who...
Jeremy likes getting shit on.
No, Jeremy will shit on my tone because anybody who knows tone is very opinionated about tone.
Oh, we're all particular, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
if you took the last show of Four Blood...
Anybody I respect should shit on my tone because that's what I would expect.
If they didn't like it.
Well, no, because if you know tone, you should think that you could have dialed my tone in better than me. You see what I'm getting at here?
It's always a natural habit to go to the fucking knobs and start. Oh, here, let me
see what I'm saying.
Well,
do you see what I'm saying?
It's a natural habit.
Anybody I know that I go, no, this guy also knows tone. No one's gonna go, dude, perfect tone. They're gonna go, you should have cranked up those mids 1 or 2 more, or you should have kicked up the 8K or whatever. That's how I know you know tone is like. You're going to talk shit about my tone.
Yeah.
If you go, oh my God, your guitar sounds amazing, Len, you're just like a normal person. Does that make sense? I haven't even heard it yet and I hate it. Perfect. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Because, dude, here's the thing. It's like Jeremy Blake could have what I would describe, Andy, as breathtaking tone. And me, because I know tone, I'd go, yeah, it sounds good, but I would have dialed the bass frequency down just a little bit, on that 3-band EQ on, just turn that down just a touch. And that's how you know that I have like that. I'm a tone guy. Because if you just go, dude, sounded great, then you're either just a music fan or you just think everything sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Like, and you can't get into those little specifics. It's almost like when you talk to fucking Wally about songwriting or John Wheeler about songwriting. Hey, send you this demo. What do you think? John will give me a fucking 4-paragraph response. At 3 minutes and 12 seconds, when you transition from this part to this part, I felt the vocals really lacked in this area, and I thought your guitars could have done more in this. And, like I'll get a real... and that's how I go, oh, this is a real actual songwriter. Because he actually sat down and thought about this as if he was in the band.
Yeah.
Unlike some of my other buddies who I send them a track, and I'm like, what do you think about this? And they're like, sounds good, dude. Like, John shitting on my music is way more helpful than all my other friends and musician buddies who go, sounds great. That's not fucking helpful. But when John goes, the fucking, this sucks. Like, the song's great, but what you're doing in this spot on guitar, like, dude, you gotta fuck off and let the guitars or let the vocals breathe, dude. Like, you're stepping on your vocalist dick right now, dude. What are you doing? What's your motivation for this in this part of this song? Why would you fucking do this? Dan Knight did it too. Yeah. He's like, dude, that shit is fucking stupid. You need to shorten this up. Like, why would you? Like, it seems like you're just indulging in yourself as a rhythm guitar player in this riff. This section is obnoxiously long, dude.
That's the hard thing.
What are you
man,
doing right now?
You're allowing people,
that's helpful.
It's
what's not helpful is when you go, sounds great, bro. Sorry, man. I'm just saying, like,
Well, what I'm saying is that, you know, that's the hard road, though, is that you're allowing outsiders of people outside of your creative mind to give their opinion on something that you're trying to write. So now it's no different than asking a producer what their opinion is of it, or the producer saying, you need to change this.
Yeah.
It's not the original vision, not the original goal of what you're going for.
well, that's your job as the musician, is to listen and disregard. Like, okay, this is good advice because they're right. I secretly knew this when I recorded that way, that it wasn't good, but I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I should do, but this is all I could think of, so I just recorded it.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you also noticed this and pointed this out just validates my original knowledge, and I have a healthy enough ego to take that advice.
Yeah.
Versus when somebody who has no idea what they're talking about steps in and wants to, like, rewrite the song with you.
Yeah.
Oh, you should do this, you should do this, you should do this, you should do this. And you think about it and you listen to it and you go, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, get rid of that.
Mm-hmm.
So you need people that are going to give you all of the good advice and all of the bad advice, and it's still your job as a musician to take that and then disregard the bullshit, but take the good shit and go, oh, you know what? They're right. I can make this song better.
Mm-hmm.
I can be a better musician. I can be a better performer. Like, man, I can't tell you.
Your dog's in love with me.
My dog gets in love with anybody who will pay attention to her.
Well, that's okay. Hi. No, I was going to say...
It sounds like half of my ex-girlfriends before I finally got married.
Well, it happens. No, I was going to say, like, if you... I know, dude, they took off on there. They're all talking to themselves. They don't give a shit about us. But...
They're commenting on our conversation and themselves, which is literally everything we could ask for from a chat.
Exactly.
Like, our community is really finally...
We've been on here
doing
for
the
almost
damn thing.
4 hours.
And you were hoping we'd get 2.
2 hours.
Fuck. You want to wrap it up?
Yeah, we'll wrap it up in 15. How about that?
Okay.
We'll call her at 10. But
Sounds good.
I was going to say, if you compare my rig, how it is, going back to the gear talk, compare my rig how it is now, or what I'm building, versus what I played with my last show at 4 Blood, it's night and day. Because like what you're talking, no pedals, you plug Les Paul, head, cabinet, pure tone. When I did that last show, it was 1985 Gibson Explorer, 500 El Nico fucking pickup, or what was it, a 500 Gibson pickup into a fucking tuner, into the front end of my Mark III. And that fucking thing screamed. There was so much gain on that amp. And anybody that knows me knows I love no mids and I love a lot of gain. Bad combination. So I've grown up. I've learned that mids are my friend with the rectifier. But yeah, dude,
Mids are your friend in guitar.
Oh yeah.
They're a mid-range instrument.
Even bass guitar.
This is why when we talk about tone, okay? Whether it sounds cool or it sounds good, 2 very different things. This is why I get irritated when people say Dimebag Darrell had good tone. No, he didn't, because he scooped the mids. My favorite record of all time, Metallica and Justice for All, has bad guitar tone because they scooped the mids. Like, listen to Injustice for All, listen to the Black Album, listen to, I think it's Reinventing the Steel. Like, it's one of Pantera's last albums.
Yeah, it's the last
where
one.
he finally fucking got rid of that bullshit scooped tone, and that was amazing. I was like, holy fuck, dude. Now Dime sounds like a badass.
You're looking at it from one perspective, though.
A tone perspective.
No. No. It doesn't mean you know what you're talking about. It means that you know what you're talking about from that perspective. That's the whole thing, is talking about, like, bringing other people in to critique your music. They're giving their opinion on it, and if you choose to go that route, it's not coming from you. It's not coming from the heart. It's taking somebody else's influence. Now, the point I'm getting at is, when you listen to the old Pantera stuff, Dime may not have had mids, but Rex dialed in the mids on the bass.
Baby.
And that bass...
Everyone's backing me up on the mids thing.
Yeah, they're fucking idiots. Anyway.
Mids are your friend.
No.
Not just on the Mesa, on all...
No, you got to hear me out on this. It was an against...
Don't scoop the mids.
It was an against the grain position they were in, where Dimebag had that scoop tone. but Rex made up for it with the mids.
No,
and
dude,
his
they were
bass
literally
sounded awesome.
No, they were on cocaine.
Good. It
They
made
were
great
on
music.
cocaine.
It
They
sounded
were
awesome.
all half deaf. It's the same
Perfect.
reason Eddie Van Halen from the 5150 to the 5152
I got
to the
this.
5153, it kept getting brighter and brighter because Eddie, I talked to the dude who was there at fucking Fender, and he worked for Peavey when they were doing all these amps, and he moved to Fender. That's why fucking Eddie went to Fender, is because the same dude left Peavey and went to Fender. So there was already it's almost like football, right? Like relationships have already been built, comfortable shit. So he went over to fucking Fender, and he goes, yeah, no, the reason they got brighter is because Eddie kept getting more and more deaf on that frequency. So every time we would engineer anything, he just kept
It's
wanting
the Jeff Beck
highs.
syndrome. It's the same thing.
So that's why, like, on those specific amps, don't get super, unless you have my amp, the original 5150, I can have the highs pretty high and the mids pretty high, and I can even bring the lows up pretty high, and I'm still decent depending on your presence and resonance and your pickup setup and blah 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 blah. But man, by the time you get to the 5153, yeah, crank the mids, but take it easy on the highs.
I hated the
Because Ezzy's
5153.
yeah, it's probably because you were getting a little giddy on the highs.
No, it didn't. It didn't have enough low end to it. It lost the low end thump. The 5150. Okay,
I've heard that.
I've always compared the 5150 signature.
Then you should pair it with a Mesa cab.
5150 signature and the Mesa Boogie Mark III, either the black stripe or the red stripe. Those three amps always sounded the best to me. They
So
always had.
Let's talk about this real quick. Let's talk about tone combination, because I've always believed in a bright amp and a thick cab, or a thick amp and a bright cab. So like, I do not like a Marshall or a 5150. Like, I think the best sounding combo would actually be a Mesa cab with the 5150, because that lower flub rate that happens in the speaker response in those Mesas, that adds that low end balls and resonance that you do not get in a Marshall 1960.
Alan, how low end driven? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Rex was grindy. Thank you. We'll go on that.
Pantera's tone did not sound awesome. Is what
Yes,
it
it
sounded.
did.
It sounded cool because it was their own little thing.
It was their
But
sound.
Dude, no, it didn't. It was, they were on coke. They
But
were
why
all
do you-
deaf.
but do you
they
thi-
couldn't fucking hear. It
But do you
sounded
think
like
that because of
shit.
your own opinion, or do you think of that because here's what
It's not,
here's what the
when
philosophers
you turn the mids
say?
to zero, it's not good tone. It's such a, oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I don't know how to explain this. Yes, it's just my opinion, but I believe my opinion is right.
Because somebody else said it, or because you actually genuinely wholeheartedly believe that?
Because I think it sounds like shit. Even though I like the songs, my favorite album of all time, worst guitar tone in their history.
Which one?
And Justice for All.
That
Like,
that's
they
Metallica. We're
the
talking Pantera.
Yeah, I'm comparing both bands at the same time because I talk a lot of shit about Pantera, so I don't want to pretend like I'm just talking
Sounds
shit.
like you
'cause
have
it's
some
Pantera.
underlying.
No, I'm saying
issues.
my favorite band of all time, Metallica, my favorite album of theirs, has the worst guitar tone of their career.
Absolutely.
Because they scooped the mids like Dime did. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, it sucks. Like, the guitars sound better on Master of Puppets, and they also sound better on the Black Album. Like, if you're going to sit here and tell me that the scooped mids tone of the Metallica and Justice for All album sounds better than the other shit, you're fucking high or you're lying. Now,
that
here's my
album I
point.
will not support.
If you're going to tell me any guitar tone on any Pantera record actually sounds better than the one I referenced when they updated his fucking guitar rig, I think it's Reinventing the Steel. It's either that or what's the one after that? They did two right at the end.
I will say this, that
Nah, man, that late Pantera tone is far better than that bullshit he was pulling on
Reinventing the Steel was a polished album. It was a polished studio masterpiece.
Yeah, and
When
the
you
guitar
listen,
tone
when you
was
listen,
amazing.
when you listen to Terry Date, there's a reason that After the Burial went with Terry Date. There's a reason that Terry Date became such a well-known producer. The guy knew what he was doing, and that tone that Pantera came up with. Yeah, people can knock it all they want because a lot of people say that you need mids on the guitar and the bass to be the low frequency, that type of thing. And I get that, but you know what? That band was that band is totally fucking original, and nobody will ever top what Pantera did. Audio,
from a songwriting perspective, from a performance perspective, from the way they were able to build a culture and a fan base around metal, along with bands like Metallica, outside of like glam metal and that kind of shit. Yeah, no, let's give them all the respect they deserve. Is what I'm not saying is that Dimebag Darrell's fucking tone should be replicated for generations.
No,
on end.
it shouldn't.
It sounded like shit. And when I was at Guitar Center and some kid would scoop the fucking mids and turn it up,
we all did that.
I unplugged you because you pissed off everyone in the store. No, stop doing it. Don't dial in your tone like Dimebag Darrell. Don't do it. Don't. Unless you're going to do some shit that he was doing later in his career. Because you're just going to annoy people.
And
then you're going to complain.
Brian
and then
Huebner.
you're going to complain because you're not drawing anybody to your shows.
Right,
but guess what? You're also not as good as Dimebag.
Here's the goddamn thing right here.
Overcome your shitty guitar tone with prolific
Put
guitar
that fucking
pain.
beer in your mouth. Let me talk for a second.
Put my dick in your mouth.
I already have a toothpick in there. Anyway, so...
That's
so
okay. I'll take the little
Brian
jokes.
Huebner from Cold Colors
I can handle some little dick
he
jokes.
liked I believe it was the first actual album.
Pantera sucked.
I'm
just kidding.
But no,
I like Pantera,
Brian Huebner
sort of.
always said that he never liked Dimebag. I believe it was. I hope to God I'm right on this. I've been ripped on for not having accurate information on this fucking thing. So we'll get to that.
Okay, I get it. Scooped mids were a function of the era. It was popular then. Yeah, again, I get it. Because during the 80s, they were all on cocaine and none of them knew how to produce records.
But it's not about...
That's exactly my fucking point. That's my exact point. Just because it was popular and they did it doesn't mean it was fucking good. And you can trash somebody you're a fan of because their guitar tone sucked.
They didn't suck.
Fuck, dude. My favorite
Pantera was the only band that was able to do it and pull it off because Rex had the lows and the mids. Because his bass had that grind.
I also heard they didn't sound anything like that live, and I never saw Pantera live.
Oh, dude, Pantera was fucking phenomenal. I saw Ozfest 97.
But I've also
2000.
heard this. I've also heard like from people in the industry, they're like, dude, he didn't use that tone live. That was his recording tone.
They were saying that he used fucking Marshalls or Mesa. And
no, I'm talking about the scooped mids. I heard they were like, dude, he does not dial his amp like anything. It doesn't sound anything like that live. Like I'm telling you right now,
yeah, I'm not 100%.
And I was like,
sure.
okay, I guess I'll believe you, but like, I don't know, man. Like, Cemetery Gates is one of my favorite songs of all time. But like, if I'm listening, if I got iTunes going right, and I'm listening to classics, okay, and I take songs from 20 years before that and 20 years after that, and Cemetery Gates comes on in the middle of it, that over compressed sound. Like, it's fine when you're in the middle of the song, but as soon as the next song comes on, you go, oh, yeah, like, this is what... And I also have to turn everything down because I end up turning and Justice for All, a lot of those old Pantera, they're so overly compressed because they were all on fucking blow in the 80s. Like, seriously, production lost a lot in the 80s, dude. Even from a vocal perspective, too. Not just guitar tone, but, like, if you listen to 80s recordings, they forgot how to produce vocals. Like, if you really, from a production standpoint, listen to 80s vocals, there's only a handful of prolific artists where, like, obviously everything Michael Jackson did, but... You listen to a lot of those 80s pop songs, and it's like, what the fuck happened? Because you listen to anything in the 70s, and everything was extremely well-produced. But well-produced. Like, the preamps were good. Like, the amount of reverb was there. Like, just really the nuance. And then, like, something happened. And many would say, like I said, we mentioned this earlier, I've heard a lot of guys say this. When multi-track recording came in, and music hit a new commercial level in the 80s,
Mm-hmm.
I'm blaming it on cocaine. Because that's, I think, just sums up the entire vibe of the 80s. Cocaine.
Yeah.
80s. Cocaine. You know what I mean? Like, dude, Metallica, Lars Ulrich, shot part of that documentary where he's talking and listening to the Black Album while they're in the year and a half in the life of, while they're driving. And
Come on, fucker. Come on, fucker. Yeah,
he's
they're driving
to go pick up Blow.
That's nice.
He left the studio. He's listening to the demos. And there's a guy shooting a camera, and he's doing this interview for the documentary while he's listening to his own recording.
Yeah, he passes
during the
a fucking
process.
Ferrari.
Yeah, and he's
Or a
going to
Porsche.
buy Blow. That was the purpose of the drive.
I like it.
They were all on Blow. That doesn't mean they knew how to dial in guitar tone.
Yes, it does.
If you want to know how to dial in guitar tone, take acid or mushrooms. It actually increases your senses. When you do enough Blow, you sort of get like you're,
look how fired up I got him. This is awesome. I've never heard you yell at anybody on here. This is fucking great. We've made podcast.
You did strike a nerve.
We fucking hit podcast history right here, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2021. We got his fucking panties in a bunch, and we set the fucking path here. This is awesome. Yeah, Crank was past Pantera.
You did strike a nerve.
No, and it's good though because it's all different opinion. What I was going to say was that Brian Huebner from Cold Colors, he never liked Pantera, or he didn't like Dimebag because everyone else had to cater to Dimebag's playing, meaning they had to shift chords and shit. That's songwriting.
Yeah, I have nothing but respect for Dimebag. I have nothing but respect for Pantera. There's a couple albums I really like. There's a lot of songs I like. I have always admitted I'm not actually a Pantera fan because when I say I'm a fan of your band, that means I can put on any record and listen to any song and be down. Pantera, I can't do that. There's entire sections of records. There's too many gaps where I'm just
there's
not
somewhere
into
I'm
it.
like.
But I really regret not seeing them live because they do have enough songs I like, and they have a couple albums I like in their entirety where I could have gone to a Pantera concert and been blown away. So I don't actually talk shit about Pantera or Dimebag in any version of performing, songwriting, success, anything other than specifically Dimebag's tone early, well, actually the majority of his career. It got better. It really did.
It was
Unlike Metallica. Metallica temporarily regressed on guitar tone.
Oh, they're still there.
They sounded great on Master of Puppets, and the guitars sounded great on the Black Album, but you listen to what happened in 1988 between them scooping the mids on their guitars and drowning out Jason on the bass. It's kind of an embarrassing moment in their career. If you look back on the entire catalog, my favorite record by my favorite band is the worst sounding one they have, other than Saint Anger.
Kill 'em all.
I would still say technically it sounds better. They just weren't a very good band yet.
It was raw. Is what
Yeah,
it was.
they just weren't
They
very
started
good yet.
producing more and all that when they got into Ride the Lightning and everything, but
They were at their tightest
Master of Puppets.
between Puppets and Black Album.
Absolutely.
So you listen to Lightning and you listen to Kill 'Em All, they were still a little sloppy.
I like that though. I like
don't
the
mind it.
honesty. It's
Yeah, exactly.
I try to get the tightest performance I can when I record, and there will be little flubs. There's going to be little details that I'll kick myself in the ass for not going back and re-recording. But you know what? It adds that human element.
Jeremy says he wasn't a fan of Dime's live tone when he was with Damage Plan.
I didn't get to see Damage Plan.
Do you guys agree though that because all you guys did see Pantera live, do you guys agree with what my other buddy was telling me where he was like, dude, that shitty tone you're talking about on record, Dime did not sound like that live?
Hey,
is that true or is that bullshit?
What's Stereo's real name?
Matt.
So Crowbar used the old school RG80s, I think it was, RG80s and RG150s or 100s. And what he would do is he would run a metal zone with all the tone knobs at noon, and he'd run the gain all the way down and the level all the way up, so it acted as a clean boost in front of the amp. So then when Sonic XS come out, that's when he started using more updated Randalls, and even to this day he's still using Randalls. If you don't know, I'm a huge Crowbar fan. I got Kirk Sonic, fucking diehard Crowbar fan.
Nice.
Yeah, we shoot him, my wife and I, or him and his wife will shoot the shit once in a while on Facebook and all that. So it's pretty cool to have that connection, you know. But yeah, dude, he full on fucking Randall guy from the beginning of his career even to now. But
it's so fucking crazy how easy it is to do these podcasts. Like,
you want to make out
conversations. No, but I just realized we said we were going to wrap this up in 15 minutes, and now it's 20 minutes later.
Is it really?
Yeah.
No, I mean, we're close, but
we're at 4 hours. Look at the timer at the bottom. 3 hours and 59 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well, we can't end it until 4 hours exactly.
Marty!
Oh,
exactly.
Hey, real quick.
You got 10 seconds. Then.
I fucking almost pulled a Doc Brown about 3 weeks ago. I was getting down in the shower. Yeah, I know. Think about it. I go to dry my fucking leg off. My foot went out from underneath me, and literally I got about right there and almost took my fucking head off with the goddamn sink. Like and I stopped.
You got to be careful, bro. That's
Dude,
how Bernie died. That's how
Bernie
died.
I know.
Bernie had a little heart thing, and he fucking passed out and smacked his head on the fucking radiator.
Shit, he didn't have any control, you know?
You got to be careful, man.
I know.
We're getting old, man.
I got a big forehead, too. I'll crack that sink right in 12.
You got to be careful, man.
Right now, it looks like you got lit up eyes.
Lit up eyes?
Snake's
Oh, the
eyes.
fucking reflection from the
Snake's
thing.
eyes.
Hold on. Let me see if I can.
I grabbed the
little
wrong
better?
glasses. Yeah.
Is that a little better? No?
Yes.
All right. Listen, guys, go to Thrash Metal Studio and subscribe. He's a feature channel on my channel.
What did you say?
Thrash Metal Studio.
Oh, it sounded like you said Rash Metal Studio.
No, Thrash Metal Studio.
Maybe
it's a feature channel on my channel, so you can go to the bottom of my YouTube page, and it's right there. Also, the link is in the description. Make sure you do that. Also, go to Ritual Madness Podcast. He's also part of the community. That's Greg Chilton's podcast, also a feature channel, and also John Wheeler's podcast. John's the former lead singer and main songwriter behind Screaming Mechanical Brain, and or Screaming Monkey Boner by some people's knowledge. But he also has transitioned, and he's doing sort of like a Your Mom's House, all things comedy. He's moved more in the comedy direction, but we're all kind of doing this very cool thing here. So make sure you guys subscribe to all of us. We're all trying to make this grind to 1,000 subs, and yeah. Anything else you want to plug?
Yes. We are in the works of getting our most recent EP put out in December called Precipice, printed on CD. So we're getting done with the artwork. We're going to be sending the money off. We're going to get it all printed up. Copycats, local duplication company. So make sure to check them out if you're looking for any of that. And then, just keep you guys' eyes peeled for anything further from Hex Vortices. We'll be putting more content up and staying in your face and rectally.
Yeah, and I put your Instagram
you.
link in the comments as well, so you guys can follow Andy directly and subsequently, obviously, get all your updates on Hex Vortices content as well.
Yes.
And then make sure you guys subscribe to the Patreon if you can afford it. I get it. It's COVID. Everyone's broke. But we're trying to grow this podcast. And not just for my own ability to do shit, but I'm investing a lot of money. And we're trying to go across the country and set up shop. I'm going to Texas soon to scout podcast locations. I'm going to interview a bunch of football players, including Hall of Fame linebacker Mike Singletary. And I also have an invitation to go out to L.A. and interview a bunch of bands. I don't want to name drop, but we need financial support to do these things because honestly, it costs thousands of dollars to go out and set up shop in another state and be there for a week or two so we can interview enough guests to make it worth it. There's no way we could financially afford to fly out to LA or Texas and do one podcast and come back. So the idea is I line up a bunch of guests. I go out there, I hang out for a couple weeks, and I bang them out every other day for a solid week or two. If I'm lucky, we can film some extra content while we're out there. But nonetheless, these things cost a lot of money. And right now, I still pay for all of this shit out of pocket. So please, you guys, I really appreciate it. If you could go to the Patreon, you can subscribe for $3 a month and just help us do this. Also help us upgrade camera quality, hire a producer. So not only do we have all the Jamies in the audience, but we can get a real Jamie too. So we appreciate the support, all of us. Andy's a part of this. We call ourselves the four dorkmen of the apocalypse. I want to make a T-shirt. I want to do a flyer. The four dorkmen of the apocalypse, and put all our little fucking faces
On horses,
like gaudily and shittily cut from like newspaper style, black and white, and just pasted on some really beautiful painting of the four horsemen, and just we're the four dorkmen of the apocalypse, and just fucking on the back of it just put all the names of our YouTube channels. Dude, I think it'd just be cool. I think it's funny because honestly, man, there's really four of us that are hitting it hard and really trying to give a fuck about the music scene and the music industry and the comedy scene when we bring in John. And I think if we do this right, I think we're really building something special here. I think we're already seeing it happen. And I think by the time COVID releases and we're back to full shows, give us a year and I guarantee you're going to see something come of this and people are going to be like, wow, man, yeah, I want to do it now. And my point is like, I'm trying to get people to buy in now instead of waiting until we've already proven it. Don't be the second guy. Be part of this first wave.
You could be number one.
Well, just be part of the first wave. Just start reaping the benefits now. Don't wait until me, Andy, Jason Reed, fucking Greg Chilton, and John Wheeler have all monetized our podcasts.
Yeah.
And then you go, yeah, you know what? I think, because here's the thing. It's still a 2 to a 3 or a 4 year journey. Start doing it now. Let's do this together now. So by the time we get there, we're all fucking doing shit. And you're not fucking, oh man, and then you're not discouraged like, oh, they already did it. It's impossible. Like, no. It's not impossible. We can all do this. We can still do it. It's hard, but it's not complicated. Like, it's simple. And we talked about it relentlessly on this podcast. But I'm confident in this. I think we can do this, man.
All I hear is, we are the world.
Nah, man, it's more
I'm
like,
just giving you shit.
It's more like, move, bitch, get out the way. It's more that kind of shit. Like, I'm kind of just done with the defeatist shit. Because here's the deal: is like you brought it up earlier with the politics and all the other things. Like, let's stop depending on all these other people to provide us happiness and opportunity and income. Because here's the deal, dude. Like, a lot of us lost our jobs because of a disease.
Yeah.
Okay. If you would have 3 years, 4 years, 5 years ago, if I would have started this podcast, I'd probably already be monetized, and COVID wouldn't even have affected me.
Yep.
So let's stop regretting and looking backwards and lamenting about what could have been and the way things were, and let's figure out how to make our future awesome.
Yep.
So, any other words you got? Any other fucking...
I'm good, man.
All right.
I'm ready to go home.
Love you guys so much. Like, subscribe, share, all the good shit. Love you guys so much. We're out.
Peace.